Are you ready to rest? Not just your body, but your mind. Let the timeless wisdom of the Buddha guide your heart home. Hello, my dear listener, the one who has paused, even for a moment, to search for something deeper within this fleeting life. There comes a moment, small, almost invisible, when life stops pretending to make sense. For her, it arrived on an ordinary Tuesday. She was sitting in her car after work, watching the rain slide down the windshield, emails unanswered, messages piling up, the dull ache of exhaustion spreading through her chest like fog. The radio hummed softly, but it couldn't drown out the noise inside her mind. She didn't know what exactly had broken that day, only that something had. The part of her that always kept things under control suddenly couldn't. Her boss had been distant, her partner had been silent, and the reflection in the mirror that morning had looked like a stranger, tired, brittle, pretending to be fine. When the traffic light turned green, she didn't move. She just sat there, motionless, letting the cars behind her honk and pass. She wasn't angry. She wasn't sad. She was just done. Maybe you felt that too. That quiet breaking, when the armor you've been wearing your whole life begins to crack. When every breath feels heavy, every thought circles back to the same question. What's the point of all this trying? That night, she came home, dropped her bag, and collapsed on the floor. The silence in the room was loud, so loud it scared her. For years, she had filled that silence with work, with scrolling, with talking, with doing. But now, the silence was all that was left. And in that silence, for the first time, she heard something else. A whisper, a voice that wasn't hers, but somehow came from within. You don't have to hold it all together. In different forms, we all live this story. The details change, names, jobs, cities, but the feeling doesn't. The constant running, the quiet exhaustion, the weight of trying to be enough in a world that always asks for more. Maybe you've been told that if you work harder, earn more, meditate more, heal faster, you'll finally be okay. But the truth is, even peace has become another thing we try to achieve. We scroll through calmness on our screens, buy self-help books like survival kits, and sit in meditation apps hoping they'll save us from ourselves. But nothing seems to last, because we're trying to fix the storm by adding more wind. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." It sounds simple, but how do you find something within when you've spent your whole life searching everywhere else? There's an old Buddhist story, timeless and tender. A monk once carried a heavy bowl of water up a mountain every day. One morning, his hands slipped and the bowl shattered on the rocks. The water spilled, and the reflection of the moon disappeared. For a moment, he panicked. Years of habit and effort gone in a single breath. But then he looked up and saw the real moon shining quietly above him. It was never lost, only hidden in his reflection. That story is our story. We spend years trying to hold on to jobs, relationships, identities, beliefs. We hold so tightly that when something cracks, we think we're the ones breaking. But the truth is softer. Sometimes, the bowl must break so we can see the real moon. In Buddhist philosophy, this is called anicca, impermanence. Everything changes. Flowers bloom and fade. Waves rise and fall. The people we love come and go. Even our thoughts, the ones that hurt the most, are just clouds passing through a boundless sky. Impermanence isn't meant to sadden us. It's meant to free us, because when we accept that nothing stays the same, we stop clinging to what hurts. We stop chasing what's already gone, and we learn to fall in love, not with forever, but with now. She didn't know this teaching that night, but as she sat in the quiet, watching the city lights flicker on the ceiling, she noticed something new. For the first time in months, she wasn't doing anything. No pretending, no performing, No fighting the storm, just breathing. And in that stillness, the chaos began to soften. When she opened her eyes the next morning, the world hadn't changed. Her job was still stressful, her inbox still full, her reflection still looked tired. But something inside her had shifted. A small space between thoughts, like the pause between waves, a gap where peace could enter. That's how healing often begins. Not as a sudden transformation, but as a subtle whisper between two breaths that says, "You can stop running now." We spend so much of our lives trying to control what was never meant to be controlled. The weather, the people we love, the future, even our own emotions. But everything we try to hold slips through our fingers, not because we failed, but because that's how life works. It's like trying to trap sunlight in your hands. You might feel its warmth for a moment, but the tighter you close your fist, the faster it disappears. The Buddha taught that suffering doesn't come from pain itself, but from our resistance to it. We can't stop the rain, but we can stop wishing for a sky that never rains. That's the quiet revolution that turns suffering into peace. Learning to be with life, not against it. Imagine a river flowing down a mountain. It doesn't argue with the rocks in its path. It doesn't demand the world to move aside. It simply finds another way and keeps flowing. If we could live like that, moving with life instead of fighting it, how many of our struggles would simply dissolve? When you understand impermanence, you no longer beg the river to stay still. You learn to float, and that's where freedom lives. Not in control, but in surrender. Maybe this moment, the one you're in right now, is your invitation to stop fighting the flow, to stop trying to fix what was never broken, to put down the stones you've been carrying for years, the guilt, the expectations, the should-have-beens. Because the truth is, there's nothing wrong with you. You've just been tired from swimming upstream. Peace was never lost. It was only waiting for you to be still long enough to see it again. Mindfulness isn't about forcing calm or silencing the mind. It's about remembering that you are not your thoughts, that you can watch them pass like clouds without chasing or fearing them. When she finally learned this, everything changed. She still had bad days. She still got anxious, but she started to see the difference between the storm and the sky. The storm was loud, but temporary. The sky, her awareness, was always there, vast and untouched. That's the heart of Buddhist practice. Not escaping the world, but seeing it clearly. Not numbing the pain, but realizing that even pain is transient. A teacher, not an enemy. As you sit with these words, you might feel something shift. Not because they're magical, but because you're beginning to hear the whisper beneath your own noise. A memory of who you were before the world told you who to be. A softness that doesn't demand. A peace that doesn't need a reason. A love that has no opposite. This isn't a journey to become someone new. It's a journey to remember what's always been here. So tonight, as you sit, maybe tired, maybe searching, let the noise settle. Let the stories unfold slowly, like a candle being lit in the dark. Each moment that follows is a step inward, a return to the quiet home inside you that never truly left. Because somewhere within that stillness, the real you is still waiting, patient, gentle, untouched. Take a deep breath, and when you're ready, let's begin. Lesson 1. The War Within. Ending the inner battle. There's a war that no one sees. A quiet, endless battle that lives inside almost every person you know. Not the wars fought with armies, but the one fought within your own heart. It begins early. Maybe the first time you were told you had to be good or better or stronger. It grows quietly as you start believing you are not enough as you are. And by adulthood, that war has many fronts. The war against your past, the war against your own thoughts, the war against the feeling that you're always behind. For many, this war never ends. It just changes shape. Ethan was one of those people who seemed fine on the outside. He had a job he didn't hate, friends he sometimes laughed with, and a calendar full of things to do. But every night, when he lay in bed, he felt it. The noise inside his head that never stopped talking. You should have done better. You're falling behind. You're not enough. He tried everything. Gym, meditation apps, self-help podcasts, even late-night snacks he called comfort. Nothing worked for long. The noise would quiet for a while, then return, louder, sharper, crueler. One evening, after a particularly rough day, he found himself walking aimlessly through the park near his apartment. The world was still, except for the soft hum of city lights. He sat on a bench and whispered, "Why can't I just be okay?" An old man sitting nearby heard him. He smiled gently and said, "Because you keep fighting a war that doesn't exist." At first, Ethan didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "I'm fighting my anxiety, my fear, my laziness, everything inside me that keeps ruining my life." The old man chuckled softly. "My friend, you cannot fight the fire by adding more fire. You don't fight the storm. You learn to stand still and let it pass." The words landed in Ethan's chest like a pebble dropped into water. He didn't know why, but something in him softened, just a little. That night, he went home and sat in silence for a few minutes. The same thoughts came, the same noise, but this time, instead of arguing back, he just watched. And for the first time, the noise lost some of its power. The Buddha once said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love." This is the eternal law. This doesn't only mean hatred toward others. It includes the hatred we turn inward. Every time we scold ourselves for not being enough, we feed the fire we're trying to extinguish. Every act of self-judgment is like throwing stones into our own pond and wondering why the water never reflects clearly. The Buddha called this dukkha, the state of inner dissatisfaction, the suffering born from resistance to what is. We keep resisting our feelings, our mistakes, our very humanity. We say, "I shouldn't feel this way," as if pain were a crime. But pain is not the problem. The resistance to pain is. There's a teaching from the Pali Canon called the parable of the two arrows. The Buddha explained that when something painful happens, a loss, a heartbreak, a failure, it's like being struck by the first arrow. That's unavoidable. Life has its arrows, but then we shoot a second arrow into ourselves through guilt, shame, self-blame, or overthinking. That second arrow is optional, and it's the one that keeps us suffering long after the first wound has healed. Ethan had been living with dozens of second arrows, every memory of failure, every what-if replayed in his head, every time he punished himself for being human. When he realized this, he cried, not out of sadness, but out of relief. He saw that the enemy he'd been fighting all along was himself. Our minds are clever, but not always kind. They are survival machines, built to detect danger, predict the future, analyze the past. But peace doesn't live in the past or the future. It lives in the only place the mind rarely visits, the present moment. That's why mindfulness is such a profound practice. It's not about escaping thought. It's about seeing thought clearly, without believing every word it says. When you sit quietly and observe the storm of your mind, something magical happens. You realize you are not the storm. You are the sky it moves through. The thoughts, emotions, fears, they're clouds, sometimes dark, sometimes bright, but never permanent. And the more you watch them, the faster they drift away. Imagine standing in front of a mirror covered in dust. No matter how much you clean your face, the reflection still looks dirty, because it's the mirror that needs wiping. That mirror is your awareness. When covered by anger, guilt, and judgment, everything you see appears flawed. But when you gently clean the mirror, through mindfulness, compassion, and letting go, you realize there was nothing wrong with your reflection to begin with. The war within ends not when you win, but when you stop confusing the dust for who you are. Buddhism doesn't ask you to destroy your negative emotions. It invites you to soften around them. When sadness comes, you don't need to fix it. You can hold it gently, like a tired child. When fear comes, you don't need to push it away. You can breathe with it and remind yourself, I am safe right now. Each act of kindness toward your own pain is a quiet form of awakening. It's how compassion begins, not in temples or scriptures, but in the small act of not turning away from yourself. The Buddha called this loving kindness, and it begins always with you. If you look around, you'll see that much of modern anxiety is born from self-conflict. We compare, compete, scroll, and chase. We build identities out of our achievements, then collapse when they crumble. But what if peace isn't something we have to build? Only something we have to stop destroying. Ethan once said in his journal, I realize my mind is like a barking dog. It just wants to be heard. Once I stopped yelling back, it finally rested. That's what mindfulness does. It doesn't silence the barking. It listens deeply until the noise no longer frightens you. We try to control our minds, our moods, even our spiritual growth. But the more we try to control, the tighter the knots become. There's an old Zen saying, let go, or be dragged. When you learn to let go, not in resignation, but in trust, you discover something radical. Life has been carrying you all along. The river doesn't need you to steer it. It only asks that you stop thrashing and learn to float. Letting go isn't giving up. It's giving in to the rhythm of what already is. Here's something simple you can do, right now or before you sleep. Sit quietly for 2 minutes. You don't have to close your eyes if you don't want to. Just pause, place a hand on your chest, and take a slow breath. Inhale gently through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Notice what's happening inside. Thoughts, tension, emotions. Don't fix anything. Just notice. Whisper silently. May I be kind to this moment? May I stop fighting what already is? You might feel awkward or silly. That's okay. The practice isn't to feel peaceful. The practice is to remember that peace is already there, underneath the noise. Even if you only touch it for 1 second, that 1 second is real. And that 1 second is enough to remind you that you can always return. Weeks later, Ethan met the old man again in the park. He said, "You were right. The war I was fighting was only in my mind." The old man smiled. "Good. Then you've learned the most important lesson. When the war inside ends, the world outside becomes gentler too." That night, Ethan didn't feel like a different person. He still had fears, doubts, and memories that hurt. But for the first time, he didn't see them as enemies. He saw them as passing clouds. And behind them, the clear blue sky of his own awareness. That was enough. In Buddhist practice, we call this awakening right view, seeing life as it is, without adding stories of resistance and blame. When you stop fighting yourself, compassion naturally arises. You start to see that everyone else is fighting their own invisible wars too. And from that understanding, kindness becomes effortless. The Buddha didn't teach us to defeat the mind. He taught us to befriend it, because only a friend can truly bring peace where war once lived. So tonight, if your thoughts feel heavy, if your heart feels tired, remember this: you are not broken. You are simply learning how to stop shooting the second arrow. You are remembering what peace feels like when you stop resisting your own humanity. Let the storm be. Let the river flow. Let yourself rest, even if the mind still whispers. Peace doesn't come when everything stops moving. It comes when you stop running. And as the night deepens, we begin to see that every burden we carry, every worry, every guilt, every expectation, is just another stone in the backpack of the heart. Maybe the next step in our journey is learning how to put those stones down. Because only when the hands are empty can we finally hold peace. Lesson 2. The weight. You don't have to carry. There's an invisible backpack we all wear. It doesn't show up in photos, but it's there, stuffed with guilt, regret, worry, and 1,000 quiet responsibilities we never agreed to carry. You can't see it, but you can feel it. In your shoulders that never relax, in your chest that never fully expands, in your mind that never truly rests. Most of us mistake this backpack for life itself. We think, this is what being an adult feels like, carrying everything, holding everyone together. But that's not life. That's just the weight we've forgotten to put down. Sophie was known as the strong one in her family, the one who always smiled, always helped, always had it together. When her mother got sick, Sophie was there. When her sister's marriage fell apart, she was there too. And when her own heart began to quietly crack, she told no one, because strong people don't fall apart. One evening, as she left the hospital after visiting her mother, the rain began to fall. Slow, heavy, endless. She opened her umbrella, but the wind kept blowing it sideways. Her hands were full, a bag of groceries, a pile of medical bills, her phone buzzing non-stop. Halfway down the street, something inside her whispered, "I can't do this anymore." She didn't say it out loud, but the words echoed through her body like thunder. She didn't know it yet, but that whisper was the beginning of her liberation. There's an old Buddhist parable that mirrors Sophie's story, the story of 2 monks and a woman. 2 monks were traveling together on a long, muddy road. At one point, they came across a young woman who couldn't cross a flooded section of the path. The elder monk, without hesitation, lifted her up and carried her across the water. The younger monk was shocked. They had both taken vows never to touch women. They continued walking in silence for hours. Finally, the younger monk couldn't hold it anymore. He said, "Brother, you broke your vow. Why did you carry her?" The elder monk smiled and replied, "I set her down hours ago, but it seems you're still carrying her." Like the younger monk, we all carry things that were never meant to stay. Old arguments, unfinished conversations, people we once loved but who have long since walked away. Mistakes we made years ago, still echoing in our heads as if they happened yesterday. We replay the scene again and again, hoping the past will change just because we refuse to release it. But all that happens is we suffer twice, once when it happened, and again every time we remember it. The Buddha called this clinging. It's one of the main causes of human suffering, not the pain itself, but our attachment to the memory of pain. There's another kind of weight, the one that comes from believing we are responsible for everyone's happiness. Sophie carried that weight for years. Every time someone she loved was sad, she felt she had to fix it. Every time someone was disappointed, she felt it was her fault. But compassion doesn't mean carrying other people's suffering. That's attachment disguised as love. The Buddha taught that true compassion is paired with wisdom. They are 2 wings of the same bird. If you have compassion without wisdom, you drown in everyone's pain. If you have wisdom without compassion, your heart dries out. Only when they fly together can you truly help others without losing yourself. Imagine a river. It doesn't collect every fallen leaf, every broken branch, every drop of rain. It lets them pass. That's what the Buddha meant when he said, "Let go of what is not yours." When you carry every problem, every emotion, every injustice, you stop flowing. You turn the living river of your heart into a stagnant pond. Sophie learned this the hard way. Her body began to ache. She forgot how to sleep without waking in panic, until one morning she sat by her window, watching the sunrise after another sleepless night, and realized something that changed her life forever. I'm exhausted not because I carry too much, but because I carry what isn't mine. There's a gentle truth in Buddhism that often surprises people. You can love deeply without carrying pain that isn't yours. It doesn't make you cold, it makes you clear. When you see a friend drowning, you don't jump into the river and drown with them. You stay on the shore and throw a rope. That's compassion with wisdom. It's love that helps, not love that hurts. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you learn the boundary between empathy and identification. You can feel their suffering without mistaking it for your own. If you ever feel guilty for saying no, remember this. Even the Buddha could not remove the suffering of others. He could only show them the path. When you try to save everyone, you steal from them the sacred opportunity to discover their own strength. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to let someone walk their own path and trust that wisdom will guide them, just as it guided you. Once, a woman came to a monastery carrying a basket full of stones. She said to the monk, "These are all the worries of my life, my husband, my children, my work. I cannot rest because they are too heavy." The monk asked her to walk around the temple carrying the basket. After one round, she was sweating and breathless. He said, "Now, put down one stone." She did. "How do you feel?" "Lighter," she said. "Good," he smiled. "Now take another round." She did. Still tired, but not as much. "Now, put down one more." After several rounds, she was holding just a single stone. She laughed. For the first time in years, the monk said, "See, you don't have to throw away the whole basket. Just one stone at a time. You don't need to renounce the world to lighten your load. You can begin where you are. Here's how. Pause when you feel overwhelmed. Instead of reacting, take one mindful breath. Notice what exactly is making you heavy. Is it something happening now or a memory from before? 2. Ask gently, is this mine to carry? If it's your responsibility, act with calm awareness. If it's not, release it with love. You can even whisper, may they find peace. May I be free too. 3. Let the body remind you. When shoulders tense or the jaw tightens, that's the body saying, you're holding too much. Take a breath. Loosen the muscles. Let gravity take some of the weight. Trust impermanence. No emotion, no burden, no heartbreak lasts forever. Even the heaviest stone eventually sinks to rest. Sophie began to practice this slowly, one burden at a time, one no at a time. At first, she felt guilty. She thought letting go meant not caring, but over time, she discovered something beautiful. When her hands were no longer full, she could finally hold others with both palms open. Her compassion became softer, truer, freer, because it no longer came from fear or guilt, but from peace. The Buddha called this state equanimity, a calm heart that loves all beings equally, without clinging, without exhaustion. Every burden we carry has a hidden teaching. Pain shows us where we still cling. Exhaustion shows us where we need boundaries. Guilt shows us where compassion must include ourselves. The Buddha didn't teach us to run from pain. He taught us to see through it, to look so deeply that the illusion dissolves, and all that remains is understanding. When you begin to release what isn't yours, you don't lose your humanity, you gain it, because your energy is no longer trapped in holding what cannot be held. In today's world, we carry digital weight too. messages unanswered, notifications unread, expectations unseen. Every ding on your phone is another small stone in your pocket. But you are allowed to pause. You are allowed to log off. You are allowed to rest without explaining yourself. Rest is not laziness. It's the natural rhythm of a mind returning home. As Thich Nhat Hanh once said, sometimes the most urgent thing you can do is to take a complete rest. Before you sleep tonight, try this. Sit or lie down. Close your eyes and imagine yourself carrying a large backpack. Inside are all the worries you've been holding today. Names, problems, tasks, guilt, even the things you can't fix. Now, picture yourself slowly taking it off. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel the breath deepen. Whisper to yourself, I can care deeply and still rest. I can love without carrying everything. Do this for a minute or two. You might feel tears or relief or nothing at all. That's okay. Even imagining release is a beginning. Weeks later, Sophie visited her mother again. Her mother was frail but smiling. This time, Sophie sat beside her without trying to fix anything. She just held her hand quietly. For the first time, she wasn't trying to be strong. She was just there, present, gentle, real. That's the essence of Buddhist compassion. To be with what is, without trying to control it. To love, without holding. That night, Sophie wrote in her journal, I thought I had to carry everything to be worthy of love. Now I see, love was what I was carrying all along. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in a long time, she slept. Not because the problems were gone, but because she finally set them down. In Buddhism, this is the path of letting go with wisdom. It's the middle way between indifference and obsession, between holding too tight and walking away too soon. It's the understanding that love doesn't mean control, and compassion doesn't mean suffering twice. When you learn this balance, your presence becomes healing without effort, like a candle that lights others without burning itself out. You don't have to carry the whole world. You only need to keep your heart open to it. Let love be the wind, not the weight. Let compassion flow, not drown. And when life feels heavy again, remember the elder monk's words. I set her down hours ago, but it seems you're still carrying her. Maybe tonight you can finally set something down too. Lesson 3. The Stone Mind. The beauty of being ordinary. After you put down the weight of trying to hold everything together, something strange happens. You begin to hear the quiet again. And in that quiet, a question sometimes appears. If I'm not constantly proving myself, then who am I? It's a question that has haunted almost every human being. The ache of wanting to be special. The hunger to stand out, to be seen, to matter. But what if peace isn't found in being extraordinary, but in rediscovering the beauty of being ordinary? Long ago, there was a young monk who wanted to become enlightened. Not someday, but now. He read every scripture, meditated day and night, and kept asking his teacher, when will I become awakened? His teacher simply smiled and said, when you learn to see as the stone sees. The young monk didn't understand. How can a stone teach me anything? It doesn't think, it doesn't feel. The master pointed to a small stone lying on the path. Look at it closely, he said. The stone does not try to be important. It doesn't compare itself with the mountain. It doesn't complain when the rain falls or when someone steps on it. It simply is. And in that stillness, it is perfect. Centuries later, the world hasn't changed that much. Only faster, louder, brighter. Now, instead of chasing enlightenment in a temple, we chase it through achievements, through screens. through the constant hum of doing. We measure our worth by lessons, followers, salaries, likes, grades, awards, and when the world doesn't clap for us, we feel invisible. But invisibility is not failure. Sometimes it's the only place peace can find you. Daniel was an artist, or at least he used to be. He painted during college, not for money, not for fame, but because colors spoke a language he couldn't express with words. Then life happened. A stable job, bills, meetings, promotions. Art became a hobby that slowly faded into memory. Years later, he saw his old classmates' work featured in a gallery. Everyone praised it. Daniel smiled, but inside, he felt a sting, a quiet, shameful thought. That could have been me. That night, he found one of his old canvases in the attic, half finished, dusty, forgotten. He stared at it for a long time. Then, without planning to, he picked up a brush. The paint was dry, the lines uneven, but something in him relaxed. For the first time in years, he wasn't trying. He was just being, and that, unknowingly, was his first real meditation. There's a famous moment in Buddhist history when a monk asked the Buddha, "What did you gain from enlightenment?" The Buddha replied, "Nothing at all, because enlightenment is not about gaining anything. It's about losing everything that is not real." We spend our lives collecting titles, identities, opinions, labels, but the more we collect, the further we drift from simplicity, the place where freedom quietly lives. In Zen, they say, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Nothing changes except the way you see. The monk who envied others still chops wood. The enlightened one does too, but one is chasing worthiness. The other is simply at peace with being. The ego, that restless part of the mind, thrives on being someone. It wants to be unique, praised, irreplaceable. It feeds on comparison like fire feeds on air. But the deeper you fall into that need, the further you drift from contentment, because the ego's hunger has no bottom. You can be the most talented, the most loved, the most recognized, and still lie awake feeling like something is missing. Why? Because the mind is always whispering, what next? The Buddha called this tanha, craving, the endless thirst that keeps us cycling through samsara, birth, death, and rebirth, not just in body, but in thought. When the master told the young monk to see as the stone sees, he wasn't teaching indifference, he was teaching equanimity. The stone doesn't resist its place in the path. It doesn't wish to be a jewel or complain that no one notices it, yet it serves quietly, supporting every footstep, every traveler, every story. There is deep beauty in that kind of existence, one that expects nothing but gives everything. The Buddha called this anatta, the realization that there is no permanent self to defend or decorate. The I we try to protect is just a collection of thoughts, memories, and desires, like layers of paint on an old wall. When you see through it, what remains is vast, simple, and free, like a stone resting under the open sky. There's a strange relief that comes when you finally stop trying to be somebody. When you wake up, make coffee, water the plants, and realize these small acts are not distractions from life. They are life. To the ego, they seem meaningless. To awareness, they are sacred. When you wash the dishes with mindfulness, you are not cleaning plates. You are polishing the mirror of your own mind. When you walk slowly and breathe deeply, you are not wasting time. You are returning. Ordinary moments become extraordinary the moment you stop needing them to be more than they are. There's a Zen story of an old gardener who worked every day in the temple courtyard. Visitors often passed by, bowing deeply to the monks, but never to him, the man sweeping leaves. One afternoon, A traveler stopped and asked, "Old man, aren't you tired of doing the same thing every day? Don't you want to be something more?" The gardener smiled. "I am the one who keeps the temple clean. When I sweep, the world is swept. When I rest, the world rests. Tell me, what more is there to be?" The traveler bowed to him before leaving, and for the first time, the gardener bowed back, not to the man, but to the stillness that lives in all things. Here's a simple practice to taste this peace. Choose one ordinary task today. Washing a cup, folding clothes, brushing your hair. Don't rush it. Don't make it spiritual. Just be fully there. Notice the sensations, the warmth of the water, the sound of the fabric, the rhythm of your breath. Whisper silently, "This moment is enough." See what happens. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. Maybe, for a brief second, you'll feel that gentle click. The sense that the world doesn't need fixing after all. We live in a time where purpose has become another pressure. We're told we must find our calling, live our truth, make an impact. And yes, purpose can be beautiful, but when it becomes a race, it steals the peace it promises. The Buddha never told people to become something grand. He invited them to wake up, to see the miracle already unfolding in front of them. The sound of birds, the warmth of tea, the rise and fall of breath. You don't need to chase purpose. You only need to stop running past it. Daniel, the artist, kept painting again, not to exhibit, not to impress, just to feel the colors breathe again. He noticed how the light changed during the day, how shadows told stories on the canvas, how even imperfection had its own beauty. One day, his niece walked into the room and said, "Uncle, your painting looks alive." Daniel smiled. He realized she wasn't praising his art. She was noticing his peace. The brushstrokes were calm, the colors unhurried, because they came from a man who had stopped trying to prove anything. That was the real masterpiece. In Buddhism, there's a concept called suchness. It means seeing things exactly as they are, without comparison, without labeling. The flower doesn't try to be more fragrant. The moon doesn't compete to shine brighter. The stone doesn't wish to fly. Everything simply expresses its nature, and that is enough. When we live from suchness, we become simple again. Not simple-minded, but simple-hearted. The mind quiets, the heart softens, and life, in all its ordinariness, begins to glow. You don't need to be extraordinary to be worthy of love. You don't need to be constantly growing, achieving, or transforming. Sometimes, the most spiritual thing you can do is to live an ordinary day with extraordinary presence. Eat when you're hungry. Rest when you're tired. Listen when someone speaks. Laugh when joy arrives. Cry when sorrow visits. Let everything come and go without resistance, like clouds passing through a sky that doesn't cling. Before bed, look at your hands. They may not build empires or paint masterpieces, but they hold, they create, they comfort, they heal. Whisper softly, "These hands are enough." Then place one hand over your heart. Feel it beating, steady, ordinary, miraculous. Whisper again, "This life is enough." Let those words settle into your body. Let them unclench the fists that have been trying so hard to be somebody. There's a Zen poem that says, "When I am nobody, I am at peace. When I am somebody, I am troubled." It's not that we should erase our names or dreams. It's that we remember, underneath all identities, we are part of something far greater than me. The ocean doesn't mourn the wave that dissolves because it knows it was never separate to begin with. When you realize that, you stop needing to shine brighter than others. You start shining naturally, quietly, like a candle that knows the dark isn't the enemy. And when you start seeing beauty in the ordinary, something else awakens. The understanding that every role you play, Every mask you wear is also just a passing form. The self that wants to be special, the self that hides behind roles. Both are waves of the same ocean. And so, our next step is to look deeper into those masks we wear and discover the gentle truth beneath them. Lesson 4. The masks we wear and the soul beneath them. Every morning, before the world sees us, we put on our masks. Some are invisible. Polite smiles, cheerful tones, the practiced "I'm fine." Some are heavier, the achiever, the caretaker, the strong one who never breaks. And somewhere behind all those faces, our true self waits patiently, quiet, tender, unpolished, hoping to be seen again. For years, Michael was the kind of person everyone admired. He had a good job, a stable relationship, a sense of humor that made people laugh even when he was tired inside. He knew exactly what to say at parties, how to make others feel comfortable. He was, as his friends often said, the rock. But at night, when the house went silent and the phone stopped buzzing, something in him began to ache. It wasn't loneliness exactly. It was the weight of pretending. He realized that every version of himself, the confident man, the funny friend, the problem solver, was a costume carefully designed to protect the person he really was. A man who was afraid of not being enough without them. One evening, after another long day of meetings and smiling, Michael stood in front of the mirror. He looked fine, maybe even impressive, but his eyes looked far away, like someone who had traveled too far from home. He whispered, "Who am I when no one's watching?" The question hung in the air like incense. He didn't have an answer. But deep down, he knew that the life he was living, the identity he was maintaining, wasn't really his. He wasn't lying to others. He was just afraid to be seen without the armor. In Buddhism, there's a teaching called anatta, the doctrine of no self. It doesn't mean we don't exist. It means we are not as fixed as we think we are. The self we cling to, the identity, the personality, the story, is a collection of constantly changing parts. Our body, which ages, our thoughts, which shift, our memories, which fade, our emotions, which rise and fall. So what happens when we cling to something that is always changing? We suffer. The Buddha said, "That which is subject to change is not truly who you are." Our masks are built to resist that truth, to create an illusion of stability in an impermanent world. But peace only begins when we stop fighting impermanence and learn to flow with it instead. In today's world, we wear more masks than ever. The successful one, always busy, always achieving. The strong one, never asking for help. The happy one, smiling even when falling apart. The spiritual one, pretending to be calm and wise all the time. We wear them not to deceive, but to survive. Each mask serves a purpose, to belong, to feel loved, to stay safe. But when the mask becomes our identity, we forget the face beneath. And the face beneath is where life breathes. Raw, vulnerable, real. There's an old Buddhist tale about a famous actor who played the role of a monk in a play. He studied the parts so deeply that he memorized Buddhist chants, practiced bowing, even shaved his head. People praised his performance. They said he seemed like a real monk. But one day during a rehearsal, he suddenly began to cry. When asked why, he said, "I've spent so long pretending to be wise that I've forgotten how to be sincere. Sometimes we spend so long acting like who we think we should be that we lose touch with who we really are. And ironically, that's what blocks our path to wisdom. Because enlightenment isn't about adding more roles. It's about letting them fall away. Why are we so afraid of showing who we truly are? Because the world often rewards performance more than authenticity. From a young age, we're taught to earn love through good grades, good behavior, good smiles. We learn that love is conditional, and so we build a self that can meet those conditions. But the heart grows weary from constant performance, because no matter how polished the mask becomes, the soul beneath still whispers, "Please see me, not who I pretend to be." When Michael finally broke down one night, crying without knowing why, he didn't realize it was the most honest thing he'd done in years. He wasn't weak. He was real. In that moment, he stopped performing strength and allowed himself to simply be human, fragile, imperfect, whole. And strangely, the world didn't collapse. His partner didn't leave. His friends didn't turn away. In fact, they drew closer, relieved perhaps, to finally meet the person behind the performance. Because authenticity has a quiet power. It gives permission for others to be real too. The Buddha often compared the awakened heart to a lotus flower. It blooms in muddy water, not despite the mud, but because of it. The mud is the struggle, the fear, the imperfection. The bloom is what happens when we stop hiding those parts and let them be transformed by awareness. We try to present ourselves as pure water, but purity doesn't inspire. Courage does. The lotus doesn't say, "Look how clean I am." It says, "I grew through the dirt, and I'm still here." To live authentically is to bloom through our own mud. In Zen, there's a beautiful saying, "Don't be so quick to know who you are." The moment you define yourself, you limit yourself. We spend so much time asking, "Who am I?" But maybe the more liberating question is, "Who am I without the mask?" When we stop clinging to definitions, I'm successful, I'm broken, I'm spiritual, I'm lost, something soft and spacious appears. The awareness that watches all those roles. That awareness, calm, open, compassionate, is closer to your true nature than any identity you could invent. Here's something you can try tonight. A small act of truthfulness. Sit somewhere quiet. Close your eyes and imagine all the roles you play. The friend, the partner, the worker, the helper. Picture each one gently stepping aside. Ask softly, "Who am I when I stop trying to be anyone?" Don't search for an answer, just feel the silence that remains. That silence is not emptiness. It's the space where your soul breathes. Even a few seconds in that space can bring a kind of peace that achievements never could. Because peace doesn't come from being someone. It comes from remembering you were never separate from anything. In Buddhist philosophy, the illusion of a fixed self is one of the core roots of suffering. We cling to identities like life rafts, but they eventually sink. When we recognize that the self is fluid, we become less fearful of change, less defensive, and infinitely more compassionate. Because if I is not fixed, then neither is you. We are both travelers wearing temporary masks, meeting each other for a brief, sacred moment in this vast play called life. The Buddha once said, "All things are not self." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. To see this truth is not to erase your personality, it's to hold it lightly, to play your roles with grace, but never forget that they are just costumes. You don't have to tear off your masks violently. They protected you once, they served a purpose, but you can thank them now and begin to lay them down one by one. You can still be strong, but in softness. You can still be kind, but with boundaries. You can still be spiritual, but human too. The goal isn't to stop playing roles. It's to stop believing they are all you are. The true self, the one beneath the masks, doesn't need validation. It doesn't perform. It simply is. In a world that rewards noise, authenticity has become a form of quiet rebellion. Being honest about your fears, your uncertainty, your humanity. That's courage. And that courage ripples, because when you remove your mask, you make it safer for others to remove theirs too. Imagine a world where no one had to pretend, where kindness replaced comparison and truth replaced performance. That world begins with one person choosing to be real. It begins with you. Next time you talk to someone, a friend, a colleague, a stranger, try this. When they speak, listen not to their words, but to what they're trying to say beneath them. Listen for the heart behind the performance. And when you speak, let there be one sentence that comes from your real self, not the polished one, not the role you play, just you, even if it's small. I've been tired lately. I miss myself. I don't know, but I'm learning. Truth spoken softly has more healing power than 100 perfect sentences spoken from fear. When Michael stopped performing and started being honest, something beautiful happened. His laughter became warmer, his silence less heavy, his presence more real. He wasn't trying to be inspiring anymore, and that's what made him inspiring. He had finally come home, not to a place, but to himself. That's what it means to remove the mask. You don't disappear, you return. And once we begin to return to ourselves, something unexpected happens. The things we used to fear losing, our jobs, relationships, identities, no longer define us. We start to see that everything we cling to was never meant to stay forever. That's when we meet one of the most profound truths the Buddha ever taught, the freedom hidden inside impermanence. Lesson 5. When the bucket breaks, the freedom in letting go. There's an old Zen story about a monk who carried water every day from the river to the temple using 2 wooden buckets. One morning, while walking up the hill, one of the buckets slipped from his hand, rolled down the path, and broke. The monk stood there for a long time, watching water spill into the earth, watching the pieces of wood scatter in silence. He could have run down to grab it. He could have cursed the rock that tripped him. But instead, he smiled softly and said, "Ah, so now the river will carry itself." At first glance, that story might sound strange. Why smile when something breaks? Why not be upset, disappointed, frustrated? Because the monk understood something we spend most of our lives resisting. Everything that begins must one day end. The job we love, the people we depend on, the versions of ourselves we used to be, the things we thought we couldn't live without. Everything eventually breaks, fades, or changes form. And while our minds call that loss, Buddhism calls it impermanence, anicca. Letting go doesn't come naturally to us. We are creatures of attachment to people, identities, routines, even pain. We hold on because it gives us a sense of control. If we can just keep it, that relationship, that youth, that plan, maybe we can stay safe. But life is not a possession, it's a flow, and everything in it, including us, is moving, shifting, transforming. Trying to hold on is like trying to grip the surface of a river. The tighter we squeeze, the faster it slips away. There was once a woman named Claire who kept a photograph of her late husband by her bedside. Every night for 10 years she'd kiss that photo and whisper, "I miss you." One day, her daughter gently asked, "Mom, why do you still talk to the picture?" Claire smiled, "Because it helps me feel close to him." Her daughter nodded, but noticed something. The picture was fading, the edges curled. the colors bleached. One night, the frame cracked. Claire tried to fix it, but the glass shattered in her hands. Tears came, and for the first time in years, she cried, not because she missed him, but because she realized she'd been holding on to a memory that no longer needed holding. The love was still there. The person was gone. That night, she put the photo away. And when she woke up the next morning, she noticed something she hadn't felt in years. The quiet space of peace that appears when grief finally exhales. In Buddhism, impermanence is not a tragedy, it's a teacher. The Buddha said, all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. Why? Because suffering doesn't come from loss. It comes from our resistance to loss. We grieve not because things change, but because we wish they wouldn't. We suffer not because people leave, but because we believed they'd stay forever. Impermanence is painful when we fight it, but when we accept it, it becomes the very thing that frees us. There's a beautiful line. You must love in such a way that the person you love feels free. Most of us love like this instead. I will love you, but please don't change. Please don't go. We hold people, not gently, but tightly, out of fear. But fear is not love. It's attachment disguised as devotion. True love, whether for a person, a dream, or a moment, is spacious. It allows things to flow. It knows that to keep something forever is to suffocate it. When the monk's bucket broke, he didn't see it as failure. He saw it as return. The water that once seemed to belong to him was always the river's to begin with. All he did was borrow it for a while. That's the truth of life, isn't it? Nothing we have ever truly belongs to us. Not the body, not the title, not even the relationships. We borrow them for a season, for a lifetime, for a breath. And when the time comes, we return them with gratitude. The Buddha once compared clinging to holding onto a burning ember, hoping it will give us warmth, but instead, it burns our hand. Letting go is not losing warmth, it's realizing you don't need to hold fire to stay warm. In Japan, there's an art called kintsugi, the art of repairing broken pottery with gold. The cracks aren't hidden, they're highlighted, because the Japanese understand what is broken is not ruined, it's transformed. Our hearts work the same way. When something breaks, a dream, a plan, a love, the cracks become the places where compassion seeps in. Each heartbreak, if met with mindfulness, opens the heart a little wider. Every ending, if faced with gentleness, becomes a teacher in disguise. So maybe the monk smiled not because the bucket broke, but because he understood that breaking is part of the beauty. Letting go doesn't always mean grand, dramatic goodbyes. Sometimes it's subtle, quiet, happening in small moments we barely notice. It's the moment you stop refreshing someone's social media page. It's when you stop replaying a conversation that ended long ago. It's when you finally forgive yourself for a past you can't rewrite. Every time you stop feeding a story that hurts you, you let go. Every time you choose peace over control, you let go. Every time you breathe and whisper, "This too can pass," you let go and you grow lighter. Here's a small mindfulness practice you can try right now. Take a slow, deep breath in. Imagine gathering all the tension, worry, and clinging in your chest. Hold it for a moment. Feel its weight. Now exhale slowly. Imagine releasing that weight into the air, letting it dissolve like smoke into the sky. Repeat and whisper softly, "May I let go with grace." Do this whenever you feel the urge to control, fix, or hold on. Over time, you'll notice something miraculous. Life still continues beautifully, even without your grip. In nature, nothing is truly lost. The leaf that falls becomes soil. The rain that vanishes becomes cloud. The body that dies becomes part of life again. Everything is a returning, not an ending. The same applies to your experiences. The love you gave doesn't disappear. It becomes kindness in someone else's memory. The wisdom from your mistakes doesn't fade. It becomes light for the next step of your journey. In this way, letting go is not a goodbye. It's a thank you. When you finally release something you've been holding, a grudge, a regret, a dream that's run its course, you may feel empty at first. That emptiness isn't absence, it's space. And space is where new life grows. It's like unclenching your fist after holding something too long. At first, it aches. Then, it breathes. That's the freedom the Buddha pointed to. Not the freedom to have everything, but the freedom to need nothing. In our modern lives, we're taught the opposite: to control, manage, optimize, achieve. But there's a quiet kind of wisdom that grows when we stop micromanaging life and let it unfold. You can't force the timing of healing. You can't control who stays or who leaves. You can't make things unbreakable. But you can choose to remain soft, to trust that every breaking is just another form of becoming. Because what's real, love, truth, awareness, can never be lost. Only the temporary falls away. Months after Claire put away her husband's photograph, she began planting a small garden in her backyard, something he used to love. At first, it felt like betrayal, as if moving forward meant forgetting. But one morning, while watering the flowers, she noticed how sunlight hit the petals, the same golden warmth that used to fill their home. She smiled through tears and whispered, "You're still here, just not in the way I thought." That's the secret of letting go. You don't lose what's true. You only stop clinging to its form. You don't need to be fearless to let go. You just need to be willing to loosen your grip a little. You don't have to destroy what you love. You just have to stop trying to possess it. You don't need to know what's next. You just need to trust that life knows. The Buddha didn't promise a life without endings. He promised a mind that can meet endings with peace. So the next time something breaks, a plan, a dream, a heart, take a deep breath, look at the pieces and smile softly. So now the river carries itself. And once we begin to let go, something subtle and sacred unfolds. A new kind of clarity. We start seeing that everything we once feared losing was never truly separate from us. The next lesson is about that very truth. How, beyond all appearances, life is a web of endless connections. Lesson 6. The real miracle. To eat when hungry. There's a story of a young monk who once asked his master, "What is enlightenment?" The master replied, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." The young monk frowned. "But everyone does that. What's so special about it?" The master smiled. "Not everyone truly eats when eating, or truly sleeps when sleeping. We live in a world full of abundance. Yet so many of us walk around hungry, not for food, but for peace, for meaning, for enoughness. We eat with our phones beside us, scrolling through someone else's life, barely tasting our own. We walk while thinking, we talk while planning, we rest while worrying about what's next. We are everywhere, except here. The Buddha once said, "When walking, just walk. When sitting, just sit. Above all, don't wobble." That sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest practices in the modern world, because our minds are always wobbling between past and future, desire and regret, expectation and fear. Emma was a nurse, Kind, hardworking, always caring for others. She could remember the names of her patients, the medications, the diagnoses. But she couldn't remember the last time she truly tasted her breakfast. Every morning, she'd grab coffee, scroll emails, rush to work. Her body moved automatically, but her heart, her presence, was somewhere else. One afternoon, during a particularly exhausting shift, she skipped lunch again. By 7 p.m., she was starving and angry. Angry at the workload, the noise, the endless demands. When she finally sat down to eat, a colleague handed her a small bowl of soup. It wasn't anything special, just vegetables and rice. But that night, she took the first mindful bite in years. The warmth spread through her body. The flavors were simple, real. For a few seconds, she wasn't a nurse or an employee or a woman with too many worries. She was simply a being, alive, eating, present. And she cried. Not because of sadness, but because she realized how long she had forgotten the miracle of just being here. The Buddha taught that enlightenment isn't found in distant heavens. It's hidden in the smallest, most ordinary acts, the ones we've learned to overlook. To eat when hungry, to sleep when tired, to breathe with awareness, to smile without needing a reason. The miracle is not in what you do, but in how you do it. When you truly eat with presence, you are not consuming. You are participating in life's sacred cycle. You see the sunlight in the rice, the rain in the vegetables, the hands that prepared the meal. In that moment, separation disappears. You're not you eating food, you are life feeding life. That is the miracle. The word sati, often translated as mindfulness, literally means to remember. Not to remember the past, but to remember to come back to this breath, this body, this moment. When the mind remembers where it is, peace naturally follows. When you eat mindfully, you remember that food is not just nourishment for the body. It's a teacher. It teaches patience. You can't rush flavor. It teaches gratitude. You depend on the whole universe for this bite. It teaches impermanence. Each flavor dissolves, and yet you are satisfied. Our world worships more productivity, more success, more followers, more goals. But the Buddha pointed toward the opposite direction, toward enough. He said, contentment is the greatest wealth. To eat when hungry is enough. To rest when tired is enough. To live one moment fully is worth more than a lifetime spent chasing the next. Yet we confuse movement for meaning. We mistake fullness for fulfillment. We eat to escape. We buy to fill holes that only silence can fill. Mindfulness brings us back to the simple truth. You already have what you're looking for, but you were too busy to taste it. A Zen master once told his student to eat an apple. The student began talking about his meditation practice, asking how to deepen his wisdom. The master interrupted. "Stop talking, just eat the apple." The student frowned. "But what lesson am I supposed to learn?" The master said, "When you eat, just eat. When you talk, just talk. But don't confuse the two. That's it. That's the lesson. Because when you can do one thing with full attention, you're free. The noise stops, and life becomes vivid again, like tasting sweetness for the first time. Here's something you can try today. A meditation you can do with your next meal. Before eating, pause, look at the food, take a breath and silently thank everything that made it possible. The earth, the rain, the farmers, the hands that cooked. Take one slow bite. Notice the texture, the temperature, the flavor. Don't analyze it. Just taste it. Put down the utensil between bites. Feel your body receiving nourishment. Notice when hunger begins to fade. Finish with gratitude. Whisper softly, "This meal is enough." You'll be surprised how something so ordinary can suddenly feel sacred. When you wash the dishes, wash them as if you are bathing a baby Buddha. That's how he approached every act, as a chance to touch the miracle of life. Simplicity is not boring, it's revolutionary, because it means you stop chasing happiness in the future and start experiencing it right now, in the sound of your spoon touching the bowl, in the warmth of tea on your lips, in the breath that has carried you through everything. This is nirvana in slow motion, not fireworks, not ecstasy, just the quiet joy of being awake in your own life. Emma's story didn't end with that bowl of soup. She began to make small changes. She started eating breakfast at her kitchen table, just 5 minutes without screens. She began taking 3 conscious breaths before entering each patient's room. She noticed how her shoulders relaxed, how her kindness flowed easier when she wasn't running on autopilot. Her co-workers noticed too. One of them asked, "You seem calmer lately. Did you start meditating?" Emma smiled, kind of. "I just started chewing." People often ask monks, "Do miracles really exist?" The Buddha never performed miracles to impress. He said the greatest miracle is not walking on water or flying through the air. It's walking on earth with awareness. To be truly present, to see, to hear, to touch, to taste without distraction, is to live in a constant state of quiet awe. That's the miracle. You breathe in, the body moves, the heart beats, and you didn't have to make it happen. Life is breathing through you right now. How could that not be sacred? Letting go, as we learned before, isn't always about big things. Sometimes, it's about letting go of distraction, the mental noise that steals the flavor of the present moment. To eat when hungry, to rest when tired, to feel without needing to fix. That's enlightenment, disguised as everyday life. So next time you sit down to eat, don't look for anything mystical. Just notice how everything you need is already on your plate. That simple noticing is what transforms ordinary moments into sacred ones. Try this today. Whenever you do something automatic, drinking water, unlocking your phone, walking to your car, pause for half a second and ask, "Am I here?" Not, "Am I doing this right?" Just, "Am I here?" That's all it takes. One question, one breath, and you're back in the miracle. After all, enlightenment isn't about escaping the human experience. It's about inhabiting it fully. When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. When sad, feel. When happy, smile. Don't rush it. Don't analyze it. Let it be what it is. Fleeting, tender, enough. When you live this way, you discover that the real miracle was never about changing the world. It was about seeing the world clearly, one mindful breath at a time. And as you begin to taste the present moment, to live simply, to eat when hungry, to breathe with awareness, you start noticing something even more subtle. Life responds. The more present you are, the more gently the universe begins to move around you. In the next lesson, we'll explore that quiet connection, how every moment of awareness sends ripples through the invisible fabric of existence. Lesson 7. The fish and the ocean. You were never separate. One morning, a small fish swam up to an older fish and asked, "Excuse me, I'm looking for something they call the ocean. Can you tell me where it is?" The older fish smiled kindly and said, "The ocean? You're in it, little one." The young fish blinked in confusion. "This? But this is just water. I'm looking for the ocean." And with that, it swam away, still searching for what it was already inside of. That little fish is all of us. We swim through life asking, Where can I find love? Where can I find peace? Where can I find meaning? All the while, love, peace, and meaning are quietly flowing through every moment, as constant and invisible as water itself. But because we can't see the connection, we believe we're separate from each other, from nature, from the divine, from peace. Buddhism calls this illusion ignorance, not stupidity, but forgetfulness, forgetting who we truly are, forgetting that we were never alone, never isolated, never outside the ocean. There once was a man who climbed a mountain in search of enlightenment. He meditated in caves, fasted for weeks, and waited for the universe to speak. But nothing happened. Tired and defeated, he decided to descend. As he walked down, he saw a small child by a stream, splashing water and laughing uncontrollably. The man said, "What are you laughing at?" The child replied, "At the fish who forgot it was in the water." The man froze. Something inside him softened. He looked around, the wind through the trees, the rhythm of his own breath, the sunlight on the child's face, and he suddenly felt it. He was part of everything. The mountain, the stream, the laughter, all of it was one. And in that moment, he smiled, because he realized the enlightenment he was seeking wasn't hidden on the mountain. It was the mountain itself. A cloud becomes rain, rain becomes tea, tea becomes thought, thought becomes action, action becomes the world. Nothing exists independently. Everything leans on everything else. The Buddha expressed this as dependent origination. Every cause gives rise to an effect. Every effect becomes a cause. Nothing stands alone. Nothing is separate. So when you breathe in, you're breathing in the same air that once passed through forests, oceans, and ancestors. When you drink water, you're drinking something that has traveled through mountains, clouds, and rivers for millions of years. When you love, you're participating in the same universal pulse that moves the tides and blooms the flowers. You were never apart. You were always part. And yet, despite this truth, we often feel lonely, painfully, achingly lonely. Why? Because modern life teaches separation. My success, my house, my brand, my journey. We've built walls, social, emotional, digital, so thick that we forget we are breathing the same air as the person standing next to us. Loneliness is not the absence of people, it's the absence of connection, and connection cannot be built. It can only be remembered. When you remember your connection to everything, loneliness begins to dissolve naturally, like mist when the sun rises. Sarah lived in a quiet neighborhood. Every autumn, she grew annoyed by her neighbor's big maple tree because its leaves would fall into her yard. She spent hours raking, muttering under her breath, "I wish he'd cut that thing down." One day, her neighbor passed away unexpectedly. Months later, when the first leaves began to fall again, Sarah sat on her porch watching them. The golden leaves danced in the wind, soft, gentle, alive. And for the first time, she didn't see a mess. She saw a memory, a quiet gift still returning to her. She whispered, "Thank you for your tree." Something shifted in her heart. She realized the leaves, the neighbor, the wind, her breath, they were all part of the same story. None of it was separate. That was the beginning of her awakening. The Buddha compared the mind of awakening to the ocean. Vast, deep, unmoving at its core, even while waves rise and fall on the surface. He said, "Just as the great ocean has but one taste, the taste of salt, so too, the Dharma has but one taste, the taste of liberation." All waves, whether small or large, are made of the same water. In the same way, all beings, whether wise or ignorant, joyful or suffering, are made of the same essence: awareness, compassion, life itself. When we forget this, we become a wave terrified of disappearing. When we remember this, we realize we were never separate from the sea. You don't have to meditate in a cave to feel this truth. You can touch it anywhere, in the most ordinary places. Try this. When you breathe, realize the air you inhale is ancient. It has traveled through trees, oceans, and the lungs of countless beings. You are sharing breath with the universe. When you eat, recognize that what's on your plate was sunlight yesterday and rain before that. You are literally consuming the universe. When you see another person, whisper silently, "You and I are made of the same ocean." Do this long enough, and compassion becomes natural, not as a moral duty, but as recognition. Even science now echoes what the Buddha realized 2,600 years ago. Quantum physics shows that everything in the universe is connected at a fundamental level. Particles influence each other instantly across vast distances. Neuroscience tells us our nervous systems resonate with each other's emotions. Your calm can calm others. Your anxiety can ripple too. Ecology shows that trees communicate underground through fungal networks, sharing nutrients, warning of danger, supporting the weak. Everything, from galaxies to microbes, moves in symphony. The Buddhist called it dependent co-arising. Scientists call it interconnected systems, but they're describing the same thing. The fish and the ocean. All conflict, personal or global, begins with one illusion: separation. When we forget we are connected, we start competing instead of caring. We defend instead of understanding. We cling instead of sharing. The Buddha taught that compassion arises naturally when we see through this illusion, because once you realize the pain in another's eyes is the same pain that lives in you, you can't help but soften. Forgiveness, then, is not weakness. It's wisdom. It's knowing that hating another is like the left hand fighting the right. You were never on different sides. There were never sides at all. Here's a meditation for daily life. When someone frustrates you, pause. Picture them not as them, but as a wave in the same ocean. Whisper silently, "You suffer, I suffer. You wish to be happy, I wish to be happy." When you look in the mirror, see not a separate self, but a part of the vast web of life, billions of years old, carried by every ancestor, breathing the same breath as every being that ever lived. This simple remembrance melts judgment. It turns strangers into siblings, and turns the ordinary act of seeing into an act of love. One afternoon, a monk asked his teacher, "Master, what happens when we die? Do we disappear?" The teacher pointed to the rain falling outside and said, "When the rain stops, where does it go?" The monk thought for a while. "It becomes the river," the teacher nodded. "And when the river flows to the sea, it becomes the ocean," the master smiled. "Then why fear disappearing? You are only changing form." That's what the Buddha meant when he said, "No being ever truly dies. We only continue in different ways." The rain doesn't mourn its falling. It trusts its return. When you feel small or unseen, remember, you are made of everything. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, expressing itself for a little while as you. Every breath, every heartbeat, every tear is part of the great rhythm of existence. When you walk through life remembering this, you don't just exist, you belong. And in belonging, the deepest wounds of loneliness begin to heal. Tonight, before you sleep, sit quietly and breathe. As you inhale, say silently, "This breath connects me to all beings." As you exhale, may all beings be at peace. You are not sending love out to the world. You are simply letting the love that is the world move through you again. This is what it means to awaken, not to rise above life, but to dissolve into it, like a wave returning to the sea. And when you begin to live from this deep awareness, this knowing that you were never separate, something else unfolds. Your relationships change, your heart opens. You begin to see that love, real love, is not about holding or needing. It's about flowing, just like the ocean itself. Lesson 8. The Stonecutter's Song. The Art of Contentment. There's an old story about a stonecutter. Every day he climbed the mountain with his tools, cutting rocks under the sun. His hands were rough, his clothes simple, his life humble. But one afternoon, as he looked up, he saw a wealthy merchant being carried through the village in a golden palanquin. The crowd stepped aside. The merchant didn't even look at them, and the stonecutter's heart sank. He thought, how lucky he is. I wish I could be like him, powerful and respected. And in that instant, something magical happened. He became the merchant. As the merchant, the stonecutter wore fine clothes, ate delicious food, and had servants obeying every command. He thought, now I am happy. Until one hot afternoon, he looked up and saw the king passing by. Surrounded by guards, banners fluttering, people bowing in awe. The merchant felt a familiar ache. The king, he's above everyone. That must be true happiness. And suddenly, he became the king. As the king, he commanded armies, had treasures, and could make people tremble with a single word. But one day, as he stood on his balcony, he noticed the sun blazing overhead. Its heat forced even kings to retreat into shade. The stonecutter, now a king, sighed. Even I cannot control the sun. It is the most powerful of all. I wish I could be the sun. And the wish came true. He became the sun, burning bright, filling the sky, watching the world spin beneath his light. But soon he noticed something strange. Whenever a cloud passed by, it blocked his light. The cloud is stronger than I am. And so, he became the cloud. Then the wind blew, scattering the clouds apart. The wind rules the sky, he thought, and became the wind. But one day, the wind met a mountain. And no matter how hard he blew, the mountain did not move. The stonecutter, now exhausted, whispered, "The mountain, it is the greatest of all." And so he became the mountain. Finally he was still, unshakable, majestic, eternal. But one morning he felt a small tapping sound near his foot. Clink, clink, clink. It was a stonecutter, chiseling away at his surface. And suddenly he realized, that man has the power to shape even a mountain. And in that moment of revelation, he became himself again, a simple stone cutter on the side of the hill. He smiled, lifted his tools and began to sing. The song he sang was simple. It wasn't about dreams or success, but about peace. The quiet kind that comes when you stop chasing what isn't yours. I am what I am, and that is enough. The Buddha called this contentment, not the lazy kind that says, I don't care, but the wise kind that says, I have what I need right now. It's not about having less, it's about wanting less. The stonecutter's story is as old as time, and as modern as your last scroll on social media. Every day, we compare who has the better body, the better job, the better partner, the better peace. We live in an economy built on dissatisfaction, a system that whispers, you'll be happy when, but when never comes, because desire once fed doesn't go away, it just changes form. The Buddha called this tanha, Craving, the root of suffering. Like a fire that burns brighter the more wood you give it. It's not wrong to want things. Even the Buddha ate when hungry, rested when tired. Desire itself is natural, but clinging to it is where suffering begins. There's a subtle but sacred difference between enjoying life and needing it to complete you. When you enjoy without attachment, joy flows freely. When you cling, joy turns to anxiety. The stonecutter's misery didn't come from ambition. It came from forgetting how to be present in the life he already had. Imagine this. You're driving home late at night and you see a shimmering light on the road ahead. You think it's water, but when you reach it, it's gone. That's the mind chasing happiness through external things. The moment you get what you wanted, the mind says, okay, but maybe just one more thing. One more promotion, one more follower, one more compliment. One more day without wrinkles, the mirage keeps moving, and so do we, endlessly thirsty in a world full of water. There was once a man who owned a golden watch, a gift from his father. He wore it proudly everywhere, but one morning, the watch stopped working. He panicked. He tried to fix it, shaking it, tapping it. Nothing. In frustration, he threw it aside. Months later, while cleaning, he found it again. He put in a new battery, and it worked perfectly. He laughed, realizing the watch had always been fine. It just needed energy, and so did he. He didn't need a new watch, just a new way of seeing. Sometimes contentment isn't about replacing your life, and it's about recharging your awareness of it. You already have enough conditions to be happy. But happiness doesn't come from counting what you have. It comes from stopping the counting altogether. Try this simple practice. When you wake up, before reaching for your phone, take one slow breath and say silently, I already have enough. When you eat, pause before the first bite and whisper, this meal is enough. When you lie in bed, instead of replaying worries, rest your hand on your heart and say, this moment is enough. Do this daily. You'll notice something subtle but profound. Your life hasn't changed, but your relationship with it has. One day, a monk was walking through the forest carrying his alms bowl. It was empty. A traveler saw him and asked, doesn't it bother you to have nothing? The monk smiled. My bowl is empty and that's why it can be filled. Contentment is like that bowl. When it's empty of craving, life can fill it with peace. But if it's already full of envy, comparison, and constant wanting, even blessings will spill over unnoticed. An empty bowl is not poor, it's ready. A CEO once visited a small village on vacation. He saw a gardener sitting quietly, sipping tea, watching the sunset instead of working. The CEO asked, why aren't you working harder? You could expand your business, make more money, retire early. The gardener smiled. And what would I do after I retire? The CEO said, well, you could relax, drink tea, and watch the sunset. The gardener laughed softly. That's exactly what I'm doing now. That's the essence of Buddhist wisdom. You don't need to wait for peace. You can live it now, with whatever life you have. True contentment isn't the death of dreams, it's the death of discontent. It's waking up and realizing, my life doesn't need to be perfect to be precious. It's looking at what you have, your morning coffee, your breath, the people you love, and seeing miracles disguised as routine. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, health is the greatest gift, contentment, the greatest wealth, trust, the best relationship, the highest joy. To live this teaching is to stop searching for the ocean and realize you are already swimming in it. If you want to taste the art of contentment right now, try this. Take a slow breath. Look around the room you're in. Find one small thing that brings you comfort. The light, the sound, the air, the chair you're sitting on. Acknowledge it quietly. Let gratitude rise like a soft tide. That's it. That's practice. The Buddha said enlightenment is found in ordinary moments. Contentment is the doorway. If the stonecutter were alive today, maybe his song would sound like this. I am not the richest. I am not the poorest. I am simply here, breathing, learning, becoming. The sun rises, the tools wait, and my heart hums quietly. This is enough. Contentment doesn't make you smaller, it makes the world larger. Because when you stop chasing, you finally have time to see. And when contentment blossoms, something beautiful begins to unfold. Gratitude deepens into wisdom. You stop grasping for happiness, and instead, begin to understand where true joy actually comes from. It's not in what you gain, but in what you give. Lesson 9. The Teacher and the Umbrella. Awareness in the smallest things. There's a famous Zen story about a student who came to see his master on a rainy day. When he arrived, the master asked, "Where did you leave your umbrella?" The student replied quickly, "Outside by the door." The master smiled gently. "Tell me, was it to the right or to the left of your sandals?" The student froze. He didn't remember. The master bowed slightly and said, "Then you have much to learn about awareness. At first glance, the story sounds trivial. Who cares where you put your umbrella? But Zen teachings often hide profound truths in the simplest moments." The master wasn't testing memory. He was pointing to presence. To be aware, truly aware, is to live each moment with your whole being, even the ones that seem too small to matter. Because the way you place your umbrella is the same way you live your life. If you rush through one, you'll rush through the other. If you forget one, you'll forget yourself. Today, our lives are faster than any monk could have imagined. We text while eating, scroll while walking, plan the next task before finishing the current one. We've become experts at being elsewhere. We remember everything except the present moment. We can recall old photos, old arguments, but we forget what the rain sounds like on the roof tonight. The Buddha called this forgetfulness, the opposite of mindfulness. And forgetfulness is the quiet source of much of our modern suffering. Because when you live half present, you only live half a life. Aidan was a young software designer, bright, driven, and perpetually busy. His days were full. Messages, meetings, metrics. His mind was a machine that never stopped. One evening, his mentor invited him to tea. The mentor poured water into Aidan's cup and kept pouring until it overflowed onto the table. Startled, Aidan exclaimed, "Stop! It's full already!" The mentor looked at him and said, "So is your mind." It was a simple lesson, but it sank deep. Aidan realized that he'd been so full of plans, worries, and thoughts that he'd forgotten how to simply be. That night, he went home, turned off his phone, and made tea. Slowly, deliberately, he noticed the sound of water boiling, the rising steam, the smell of jasmine, and for the first time in years, he felt something like peace, not from doing, but from noticing. The Buddha used the Pali word sati, which we translate as mindfulness, but its root meaning is to remember. Not remembering the past, but remembering to come back to this breath, this body, this exact moment. Every time you catch yourself drifting into thought and gently return, you are remembering, and that remembering, over and over, is the path to awakening. Mindfulness isn't something you achieve, it's something you return to. There is a saying, the miracle is not to walk on water or in air, but to walk on earth. When you walk, walk fully. When you breathe, breathe fully. When you listen, listen with your whole being. That is the true miracle. Awareness transforming the ordinary into the sacred. A drop of rain becomes a poem. The clink of dishes becomes a meditation bell. The act of hanging your umbrella becomes an act of presence. The Buddha called this heedfulness, or wakefulness, in every step. He said, heedfulness is the path to the deathless. Heedlessness is the path to death. To be aware is to be alive. To be distracted is to be half dead, even while breathing. We rush because we believe peace is waiting at the finish line. But mindfulness teaches that peace only lives in the step itself. Aidan later noticed something profound. He had spent his entire adult life trying to arrive at success, at calm, at clarity. But the more he chased those things, the more distant they became. When he finally slowed down, truly slowed down, he realized peace isn't a place, it's a pace. It's how you walk, not where you're going. There's another Zen story. A student asked his master, "What is enlightenment?" The master replied, "When drinking tea, just drink tea, that's it. No lightning, no sacred visions, just tea." Because when the mind stops wandering, even the smallest act glows with significance. When you wash the cup after drinking, and do it with full attention, you are polishing your awareness. You are practicing enlightenment without ever leaving your kitchen. Here's a practice that can shift your entire day. Choose one ordinary action, something you do daily. Washing hands, brushing teeth, opening a door. Each time you do it, pause. Feel your body move. Notice the sound, the temperature, the sensation. Breathe once, fully. Whisper silently, "I am here." It takes 5 seconds, but 5 seconds of awareness repeated throughout the day can transform your entire relationship with life. Because enlightenment doesn't happen in temples. It happens between 2 breaths. Even neuroscience now confirms what the Buddha taught. When you focus on the present moment, your brain shifts from the default mode network, the part responsible for rumination and worry, to regions that regulate calm and empathy. Mindfulness literally rewires your mind to suffer less and love more. But the Buddha discovered this without machines. He simply paid attention, so fully that he saw into the nature of reality itself. That's what awareness can do. Open the eye that sees beyond appearances. One day, Aidan was walking home, and for the first time in years, he noticed a butterfly resting on the edge of a sidewalk puddle. Normally, he would have stepped over it, mind already halfway through tomorrow's to-do list. But this time, he stopped. He watched how the butterfly's wings trembled slightly in the breeze, how its reflection rippled in the water, how sunlight turned its shadow gold. It was a moment so small, yet so complete. In that instant, he understood something that words could never explain. Nothing is missing when you are fully here. The Buddha often used the smallest examples to reveal the largest truths. A single breath to teach impermanence, a leaf to teach interconnection, a footprint to teach the middle way. He once said, "If you truly see the miracle of a single flower, your whole life will change." That's not poetry, it's physics of awareness. Because when you see one thing clearly, you see the nature of all things. When you notice one breath fully, you touch the rhythm of the entire universe. We often think awakening must be dramatic, a thunderbolt, a revelation, a cosmic download. But that's the ego again, wanting even enlightenment to be extraordinary. The Buddha smiled gently at such notions. He said awakening is not something you get, it's something you stop overlooking. You find it in a raindrop on a leaf, in the warmth of your tea, in the moment you remember where your umbrella is. When you stop searching for big miracles, small miracles reveal themselves everywhere. Here's a simple, quiet exercise. Call it the umbrella practice. Every time you enter a room, pause for half a second and notice. Where did you place your keys, your bag, your umbrella? Not as a memory game, but as an act of being present. This small pause trains the mind to notice the unnoticed, to live each moment deliberately, not by default. Do this for 1 week. You'll find yourself calmer, less reactive, and strangely, more alive. Because awareness is contagious, it spreads from small acts to the whole of your life. There's a Zen saying, a single candle can light 1,000 others. One evening, a monk was asked, "Master, how can I become more mindful?" The monk blew out his candle and said, "Start with one flame, watch it closely. See how it flickers, dances, dies. In that dance, all of life is revealed." Awareness isn't about controlling the flame, it's about witnessing it, without judgment, without grasping. That's the art of presence, to let life burn, shimmer, and fade while you remain gently awake. You don't need to retreat to a monastery or sit for hours in meditation. You just need to show up, fully, for what's already here. Every cup you wash, every key you place, every drop of rain you notice is a chance to wake up. Awareness is not a chore. It's a love affair with reality. When you love the moment enough to notice it, it starts loving you back. Before bed tonight, recall 3 small things you noticed today. The sound of footsteps, the smell of your morning coffee, the way sunlight touched the curtain. Whisper softly, "I was here for that," and let gratitude fill the silence. That's awareness, the art of saying yes to life as it is. And once you begin to live with awareness in small things, you start seeing something else, the rhythm of impermanence beating gently beneath it all. The tea cools, the candle fades, the rain stops, and yet the peace remains. Our next lesson explores that rhythm, how impermanence isn't our enemy, but our greatest teacher. Lesson 10. The Samurai and the Gates of Heaven. A proud samurai once went to see a Zen master. He was known across the land for his skill and strength. But lately, something inside him had begun to unravel. He couldn't sleep. He was haunted by anger, fear, and an unshakable sense of emptiness. Standing before the old monk, he demanded, "Master, I've heard you speak of heaven and hell. Tell me, do they really exist?" The monk looked up calmly and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a samurai," the warrior said, offended. "A man of honor and courage. Even the emperor respects me." The monk chuckled softly. "You, a samurai? You look more like a beggar." The warrior's face turned red. His hand went to the hilt of his sword. The monk continued, "So full of pride, so easily angered. You're closer to hell than you think." The samurai's sword began to rise. But just before he struck, the monk said quietly, "That is hell." The warrior froze. His hand trembled, and in that instant, realization struck him like lightning. He fell to his knees, his sword dropping to the ground. Tears filled his eyes. He bowed deeply and whispered, "Thank you, master." The monk smiled. And that is heaven. This story, beloved in Zen tradition, isn't about a place we go after death. It's about the state of our minds, right here, right now. Heaven and hell are not distant realms. They are moments we move through every single day. When anger burns, when ego blinds, when fear consumes, we are in hell. When compassion opens, when humility returns, when love flows, we are in heaven. The gates are not guarded by gods. They are built and opened by the thoughts we choose to feed. Most of us aren't samurai with swords, but we know that same war. the one that rages silently inside. The arguments we replay in our heads, the grudges we hold, the harsh words we say to ourselves when no one else can hear. The Buddha called this the untrained mind, a battlefield where craving, anger, and ignorance fight for dominance. And yet, the Buddha also said, the mind is luminous. It is only obscured by temporary defilements. In other words, beneath the storm, the sky is always clear. Beneath the anger, there is stillness waiting to be remembered. Ethan wasn't a warrior in armor. He was a manager at a tech company, leading a team of exhausted people and carrying an invisible sword called expectation. He lived in constant combat, emails, deadlines, disappointments, self-criticism. On the outside, calm and controlled. Inside, burning. One evening, after an especially tense meeting, he snapped at his co-worker. His words were sharp, his tone cutting. The silence that followed was heavier than any sword. That night, guilt clawed at him. He knew he had caused pain, but what hurt more was seeing how much anger had been living inside him all along. He realized the enemy wasn't out there, it was within. That night, he sat alone, and instead of fighting his feelings, he did something he had never done before. He breathed. He let the anger exist. He felt it rise, crest, and slowly fade. He didn't justify it or suppress it. He simply watched it pass through. And for the first time, he caught a glimpse of the monk's truth. Heaven and hell were both inside him. And peace was a choice away. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal law. Anger is like fire. When used mindfully, it can light candles, but when left unchecked, it burns down the house." The Buddha compared anger to holding a burning coal, intending to throw it at someone else. But you are the one who gets burned first. The samurai's realization was instant. The fire was never outside. The monk hadn't insulted him. He had simply shown him his reflection. That moment of awareness, that pause before reaction, was the gate between hell and heaven. Between every event and our reaction, there is a space. Small, silent, sacred. In that space, awareness lives, and awareness gives us freedom. When we don't pause, the old habits take over. Defensiveness, blame, pride. We become like the samurai, swinging at shadows. But when we pause, even for a single breath, we reclaim choice. We see that we can respond, not just react. That's where peace begins, in the single breath between sword and surrender. The Buddha taught that mindfulness of breathing is not a small practice. It's a master key. When you notice yourself heating up, when your heart races, your jaw tightens, your mind fills with sharp words, pause and take one mindful breath, not a forced one, a witnessing one. Feel the breath enter, feel it leave. In that moment, you are no longer the emotion. You are the awareness watching it. You've already stepped out of hell's gate. One day, a young monk asked his teacher, "Master, I get angry so easily. How do I stop?" The teacher said, "Can you stop the rain?" The monk frowned. "No." "Then why try to stop anger? Just learn how not to get wet. Anger may still come. You can't control the weather of the mind, but you can carry an umbrella called awareness. That's the art of peace in Buddhism. Not eliminating emotion, but not drowning in it. Neuroscience confirms what the Buddha knew long ago. An emotional impulse lasts only about 90 seconds if you don't feed it with thought. Every time you replay the story, justify your anger or imagine revenge, you're adding fuel to the fire. But if you let the wave rise and fall, Without grabbing it, it dissolves. Naturally, this is what mindfulness does. It gives you enough space to let emotions burn out without burning you down. Here's a meditation inspired by the samurai's story, a way to practice opening and closing the gates. When anger or fear arises, pause. Picture yourself standing at a gate, heavy, ancient, glowing with heat. Take one slow breath. Say silently, "This is the gate of hell. I can enter if I choose." Exhale. Feel the air cool your body. Whisper, "This is the gate of heaven. I can enter instead." Smile softly. That smile, even if small, is the first step through heaven's gate. Because awareness doesn't erase emotion. It transforms it. You don't need to be a monk or a samurai to practice this. The gates appear everywhere. When you're cut off in traffic, when someone misunderstands you, when a loved one says something careless, when life doesn't go as planned. Each moment offers you a gate, one that leads to suffering through reaction, or one that leads to freedom through awareness. Heaven and hell are not punishments. They are patterns, and patterns can be retrained with patience, mindfulness, and love. The samurai's sword in the story was not just a weapon, it was a mirror, a reflection of his own mind. When polished, it revealed truth. When clouded by anger, it distorted everything. That's what meditation does. It polishes the sword of awareness until you can see clearly again. Then you realize there was never a battle outside, only within. And victory has nothing to do with conquering others, but with mastering yourself. You will still get angry sometimes. You will still feel fear, sadness, pride. That's okay. The Buddha never asked us to become perfect, only aware. When you stumble, notice. When you speak harshly, breathe. When you feel the gates closing in, remember, you hold the key. Heaven isn't a distant paradise. It's a calm heart in the middle of chaos, and you can step into it at any moment, one breath at a time. Before you sleep, recall one moment from today when you felt tension, a disagreement, a frustration, an anxiety. Instead of replaying it, picture yourself at the gate again. Breathe in gently, whisper softly. Next time, I will walk through the other gate. Then release it, like a sword laid to rest. And when you learn to master the gates, when you can meet anger with awareness and respond to pain with compassion, something even deeper awakens. You begin to see that every person, every emotion, every event is also your teacher. That life itself, even the hard parts, is the true monastery. Lesson 11. The river that never fights the flow. There's a story of an old monk who lived near a wide, quiet river. Every morning, he would walk down to its edge and sit, watching the water move. Never in a hurry, never resisting, never holding on. One day, a young man came to him, restless and frustrated. He said, "Master, I'm exhausted. No matter what I do, life keeps pushing me around. I try to plan, to control, to make things go my way, but nothing stays the same. People leave. Things change. I feel like I'm drowning." The old monk smiled, picked up a leaf from the ground, and placed it gently on the surface of the river. "Look at the leaf," he said. "It doesn't resist. It doesn't demand. It simply goes where the current goes. And yet, it never loses itself." The young man watched as the leaf drifted downstream, smoothly, peacefully, while the river whispered its eternal truth. Flow, and you will not drown. We live much of our lives fighting the flow, arguing with what already is. We wish people were different. We replay conversations, build plans around things beyond our control. We cling to the past, fear the future, and resist the present, as if life was something to wrestle, not dance with. The Buddha called this dukkha, suffering, the tension that arises when we want life to be other than it is. He didn't say pain is optional, but suffering, that added layer of resistance, is. It's not the river that hurts us, it's our refusal to move with it. There's a story from the Buddha's time that captures this truth perfectly. A young mother named Kisa Gotami lost her only child. Blinded by grief, she carried the child's body through the village, begging anyone to bring him back to life. People pointed her to the Buddha. She came to him, trembling, desperate, and said, "Please, Master, give me a medicine to save my son." The Buddha replied, "I can help you, but first, bring me a handful of mustard seeds from a household that has never known death." Kisa ran door to door, and every home she visited gave her seeds. But every home had also known loss: a father, a mother, a child, a friend. By the time she returned to the Buddha, her hands were empty, but her heart was awake. She understood. Death wasn't her punishment. It was part of the river itself, and from that day on, she no longer fought the flow. She joined it, with peace and compassion. Today, our river is digital. Scrolls of images, plans, achievements. We compare, compete, complain. We want things now, forgetting that nature never rushes, and yet everything gets done. The truth is, no matter how much technology we build, the ancient law of impermanence still governs all. The Buddha said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. That means, the moment you stop fighting change, you begin to find peace. Because peace isn't found in control. It's found in surrender. The river never asks, "Why this rock? Why this bend? Why this storm?" It just keeps moving. Not because it's weak, but because it's wise. It knows that to resist life is to lose your shape, but to flow with it is to become infinite. The river's power lies in its softness, the same softness the Buddha spoke of when he said, "Like a gentle rain nourishes all things equally, so does a mind of compassion flow without judgment." Maya had been married for 12 years when her husband left. No warning, no closure, just silence. She tried everything: therapy, distraction, denial. But nothing stopped the ache. Her mind replayed every scene, every what if, every why me. Until one day, while visiting a small Buddhist temple, she saw an old monk sweeping the floor. She asked him, "How do I stop the pain?" He stopped sweeping and smiled. "You don't stop it. You stop resisting it." At first she didn't understand, but as she sat on the temple steps that evening, watching the leaves fall without struggle, she began to see. Her suffering was not from loss. It was from clinging to what could no longer be. That night, she whispered softly to herself, "Let it flow." And slowly, like the river, she began to heal. Not by holding on, but by letting go. The Buddha's insight, anicca, the dance of change. The Buddha described anicca, the universal law of impermanence. Everything that arises must pass. Every joy, every sorrow, every heartbeat. This isn't a tragedy, it's what makes life precious. Imagine a song that never ended. It would cease to be music. Imagine a flower that never wilted. It would cease to be alive. Impermanence isn't the enemy of beauty. It's the reason beauty exists. The river flows because it moves. We grow because we change. When you feel life pulling you in directions you didn't choose, practice floating. Sit quietly and breathe. Visualize yourself as a leaf on the river. The water represents the natural unfolding of events, things you cannot control. Instead of tensing, soften. Instead of grasping, open. Whisper silently, let this moment carry me where I need to go. And then, trust. Because surrender doesn't mean giving up. It means giving in to wisdom larger than your own. Psychology calls it flow state, a condition where effort disappears and action feels natural and alive. It's when musicians lose themselves in melody, when athletes move without thought, when creators forget time itself. The Buddha's version was deeper. It wasn't about productivity, but peace. He taught that when the self softens, the boundary between you and life dissolves. You don't fight the current, you become it. That's why true mindfulness feels effortless. It's not control, it's cooperation with reality. Here's something gentle you can try right now. Sit comfortably. Imagine a river flowing before you. Wide, calm, steady. Breathe in and think, I allow. Breathe out and think, I release. Let each inhale welcome life as it is. Let each exhale let go of what you can't hold. Even 3 breaths like this can ease the tightness in your chest, the one that comes from trying too hard to make the river go backward. People often fear that letting go means losing control. But in truth, we never had control to begin with. We influence. We participate. But we don't command the tides. Letting go simply means you stop wasting energy fighting the inevitable and start using that energy to live gracefully within it. The Buddha smiled at impermanence, not because he was indifferent, but because he saw clearly nothing truly dies. It only changes form, like water becoming mist, then cloud, then rain again. Nothing is lost. Everything just flows. Think of the last time you fought the flow. A breakup you couldn't accept, a job that ended, a plan that fell apart, and then think of what came after. Maybe it wasn't easy. Maybe you couldn't see it then, but something opened, didn't it? A door you didn't know existed, a part of you that grew stronger, softer, wiser. That's the quiet miracle of impermanence. Every ending hides a beginning. Every fall is a step in the dance. The river is never wrong. It just doesn't move on our schedule. Once, a monk asked his teacher, "How do I find peace?" The teacher picked up 2 stones. He threw one into the river. It sank immediately. He placed the other on the surface of a lily pad. It floated for a while, then slipped gently under. "Do you see?" said the teacher. "Peace is not avoiding the fall. It's learning to fall gracefully. You can't stop the current, but you can choose how you meet it, rigid or relaxed, fighting or flowing. Try this tomorrow. When something doesn't go as planned, traffic, delay, disappointment, pause and say silently, "This too is part of the river." Notice how those words loosen the grip, how they turn frustration into curiosity and resistance into peace. You'll begin to see that every problem was never outside you. It was your mind demanding the river flow your way. Once you stop demanding, life starts dancing again. At the end of his life, the Buddha told his disciples, all compounded things must dissolve. Strive on with mindfulness. He wasn't saying, cling tighter. He was saying, flow consciously. Life will carry you through many bends, love and loss, gain and grief, but the river itself never ends. When you stop fighting, you discover the current of compassion that has been carrying you all along, and you realize you were never drowning. You were learning to swim. Before you sleep, reflect gently on one thing you're resisting right now, a change you didn't ask for, a loss you still ache over, a situation you can't control. Breathe in softly and whisper, "I allow." Breathe out slowly and whisper, "I release." Let your breath become the river, steady, alive, forgiving. You'll sleep lighter, because peace doesn't come from mastering the current, but from trusting where it leads. And when you learn to move with the river instead of against it, something miraculous begins to happen. You stop fearing change and start seeing beauty in it. Because just as rivers carve valleys, impermanence carves wisdom into the heart. Lesson 12. The Empty Cup, Learning to Learn. Again, there's a famous Zen story about a professor who visited a master to learn about enlightenment. The professor was well known, respected, educated, full of theories and titles. He spoke at length about philosophy, psychology, and meditation techniques. The master listened quietly. Then, without a word, he began to pour tea into the professor's cup. He poured until the cup was full, and then kept pouring. Tea spilled over, onto the table, onto the floor. The professor jumped up. "Stop! It's already full. Can't you see?" The master smiled gently. "Exactly," he said. "You are like this cup, so full of your own opinions and assumptions that nothing more can enter. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" At first, this story seems simple, almost too simple, but like all Zen teachings, it's a mirror held up to the human heart. We all carry full cups, filled with beliefs, expectations, and "I already knows." We want peace, but we also want to control how it looks. We want freedom, but we refuse to release what's heavy. We want to grow, but only on our terms. So we walk into life asking for new wisdom, while clutching tightly to old certainty. And the universe, like the master, smiles softly and waits. When will you make space? In Buddhism, emptiness is not nothingness, it's openness. It's the space where truth can finally enter. The Buddha once said, "If you want to see the truth, then hold no opinions about it." That doesn't mean you stop thinking. It means you stop clinging. An empty cup can be filled again and again. A full one, even with gold, has no room for water. This is why beginners often grow faster than experts. Their minds are soft, curious, unarmored. They don't yet know what can't be done. To be truly wise, you must first become simple again. Daniel was a therapist, smart, compassionate, and deeply respected in his field. He had spent years helping others navigate their emotions. But when his own life began to fall apart, a divorce, the loss of his father, and burnout from work, his knowledge gave him no comfort. He read more books, tried more strategies, but his heart remained restless. Finally, at a friend's suggestion, he went on a meditation retreat in silence. The first morning, during group sharing, he raised his hand and spoke for 10 minutes straight about neuroscience, trauma response, and emotional regulation. The teacher listened patiently. Then she said, "Just one thing. Daniel, can you feel your breath right now?" He froze. For all his education, he realized he hadn't felt a single breath all day. That moment broke something open. He saw clearly. His mind had been so full of knowledge it had forgotten how to be. That night, he sat under the stars and whispered, "I don't know anymore." And for the first time in years, he felt peace. Not because he had answers, but because he finally had space. The Buddha once said, "A wise man is not one who knows many things, but one who sees clearly." Knowledge can be helpful, but it can also become armor. We hide behind ideas to avoid the discomfort of not knowing. Yet not knowing is where truth begins. When you empty your cup, you rediscover humility, the ability to learn from everyone, everywhere, even a child, even a stranger, even your pain. That humility is sacred, because the moment you think you've arrived, your journey stops. And the moment you say, "Teach me," the whole universe becomes your teacher. In Zen, there's a phrase, beginner's mind. It means approaching each moment as if for the first time, with openness, curiosity, and wonder. A beginner's mind isn't naive. It's free. It doesn't label things as good or bad, easy or hard, right or wrong. It simply sees. The Buddha called this direct seeing, seeing without filters. It's the kind of awareness that doesn't need to analyze because it's already intimate with reality. To live with beginner's mind is to fall in love with what is, not what you think it should be. In today's world, our cups overflow with information. We read endless self-help books, listen to motivational podcasts, watch spiritual videos. We collect wisdom like trophies, but rarely drink from them. The mind becomes cluttered, not with ignorance, but with excess. And so we stop hearing the whisper of life itself, because the noise of knowing is too loud. That's why silence feels uncomfortable for so many, because silence is the sound of the cup emptying. But if you stay with it long enough, you'll notice something magical. Peace begins to pour in. Here's a simple practice you can try each morning. Sit quietly. Place an empty cup or bowl before you. This is your symbol, a reminder. Breathe in. Imagine all your opinions, plans, and worries filling the air. Breathe out. Imagine them leaving, dissolving into space. Whisper softly, "Today, I don't know," and that's okay. Then go into your day with the curiosity of a beginner. Ask more questions, listen longer, assume less. You'll be surprised how much wisdom comes when you stop pretending you already have it. The Buddha once told his disciples, "Suppose a man builds a raft to cross a river. When he reaches the other shore, should he carry the raft on his back?" Of course not. The raft was useful for crossing, but once you've reached the shore, you must let it go. In the same way, teachings, beliefs, even spiritual practices are like rafts. They serve their purpose, but clinging to them turns freedom into burden. The Buddha smiled as he said, "Even the Dharma must be let go of." That's the ultimate empty cup. When you no longer worship the words, but live the wisdom. Lena was the CEO of a major company, smart, driven, and always in control. She prided herself on knowing everything that happened in her business. One day, a new intern suggested a small change that could improve their customer experience. Lena almost dismissed it, until she remembered something her meditation teacher once told her. Empty your cup before every conversation. So she listened, really listened. That small suggestion turned out to save the company millions. Later, Lena reflected, "The most expensive mistake I could have made was believing I already knew enough." Empty cup. Beginner's mind. That's how wisdom moves through the world. In Buddhism, the greatest full cup we carry is our ego, our fixed idea of who we are. I am this kind of person. I'm good at this, bad at that. I'm unlovable. I'm better. All of these stories fill the cup. The Buddha's path is not about adding new identities, but gently emptying the old ones until what remains is simply awareness, open, luminous, free. That's why he taught anatta, the truth of no fixed self. You are not your labels. You are the space that holds them, the sky behind every passing cloud. When the cup of me is emptied, you become vast enough to hold the whole universe. Each time you feel certain about a person, an outcome, or yourself, pause and whisper softly, maybe, I don't know yet. This single phrase reopens the door of possibility. It softens judgment. It invites curiosity. You stop reacting and start observing. You stop labeling and start learning. Because every I don't know is a space where life can surprise you again. One day, a disciple asked the Buddha, "Master, how large is wisdom?" The Buddha pointed to the ocean and said, "As vast as this, but only if your cup is empty." We walk through life carrying cups too small for truth. We dip them into the ocean of reality, then complain that it doesn't fit. Empty the cup, and you'll realize you were the ocean all along. Tonight, before you sleep, ask yourself, what can I unlearn today? Maybe it's a belief about what success must look like. Maybe it's a story about your worth. Maybe it's a resentment you've been feeding. Place it down, like setting an old cup on the table. You'll feel lighter instantly, because spiritual growth isn't about collecting more truths. It's about releasing the ones that keep you small. When your cup is full, wisdom cannot enter. When it's empty, everything becomes your teacher. The stranger's smile, the sound of rain, the ache of loneliness, the joy of laughter. To learn again is to remember how to wonder, how to meet life as if for the first time, because truly, it always is. So, each morning, pour a little tea, bow to the cup, and whisper, "Today, I begin again." And once you learn to empty your cup, to meet life with openness and humility, you begin to see that true wisdom isn't about knowing at all. It's about seeing clearly. Like a mirror that reflects without distortion, the empty mind becomes luminous. It no longer collects, it simply understands. Lesson 13. The Guest House of Emotions. There's a famous poem by Rumi, the Sufi mystic, called The Guest House. It begins like this. This being human is a guest house, every morning a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. And then he writes, "Welcome and entertain them all." When I first read those lines, I didn't understand them. Why would anyone welcome sadness, or anger, or fear? But years later, after heartbreaks, disappointments, and long nights of silence, I began to see what Rumi meant. Life keeps knocking on our door with feelings. Some gentle, some fierce, and each one carries a message. If we slam the door, we miss the lesson. If we invite them in, they teach us how to love. Imagine that your heart is a house, a warm, quiet space with many rooms. Each emotion that visits you is a guest. Some guests are easy to host, like joy, excitement, inspiration. They bring flowers and laughter. They make you feel alive. But others, anger, grief, anxiety, they arrive uninvited, tracking mud across your clean floor. Our instinct is to push them out, to say, "You don't belong here." But here's the truth the Buddha taught. What you resist persists. What you accept transforms. Every emotion you refuse to feel simply waits at the door, knocking louder and louder until you finally open it. In the Satipatthana Sutta, one of the core teachings on mindfulness, the Buddha said that awareness of feeling is essential for liberation. He didn't say to judge feelings or fix them, or even understand them, just to observe them. Pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, see them as they are, without clinging or aversion. Because emotions are like weather, they come and go, but the sky, your awareness, remains. When you remember this, you stop being afraid of storms. One evening, a monk was sweeping the monastery courtyard. He had spent years meditating and thought he had conquered his temper. But when another monk accidentally spilled water over his freshly cleaned floor, rage flared inside him. He froze, broom in hand, ashamed. Later that night, he confessed to his teacher, "Master, I thought I was free of anger, but it's still here." The teacher smiled and said, "You are not the anger. You are the one who noticed it." That single sentence freed the monk, because noticing the emotion is already a step out of it. The Buddha called this sati, mindfulness, the ability to hold your inner storms without drowning in them. Anna was a young woman who struggled with anxiety. Every time her phone buzzed, her stomach tightened. Every deadline felt like a mountain. For years, she tried to fight it through distraction, self-blame, perfectionism. Then one day, her therapist asked her to try something new, to greet her anxiety like a guest. The next time she felt it rising, she whispered to herself, "Hello, my old friend. What have you come to show me today?" At first, she felt silly, but slowly something changed. The anxiety lost its sharpness. It stopped being a monster and became a messenger. It wasn't there to destroy her. It was reminding her that she needed rest, boundaries, and kindness. By welcoming it, she learned from it. And that's how healing always begins, with a gentle hello. The Buddha taught that emotions, like all phenomena, are not self, anatta. They arise and pass. They do not define who we are. When sadness visits, it doesn't mean you are sadness. It means sadness is simply visiting you. When you can see your feelings without identifying with them, you move from "I am sad" to "sadness is here." That shift seems small, but it's everything. Because the moment you stop saying, "This is me," you can begin to breathe again. Here's a way to practice what Rumi and the Buddha both taught. When an emotion arises, pause. Don't judge it or name it as bad. Say silently, "Welcome, I see you." Feel where it lives in your body. Maybe your chest tightens, maybe your throat feels heavy. Just notice. Ask gently, "What are you trying to tell me?" Often the emotion will soften, not because it's gone, but because it's been seen. That's all most emotions ever want, to be acknowledged, not exiled. Modern psychology confirms this ancient truth. When you suppress emotions, your brain treats them as threats, activating the same stress pathways as physical pain. But when you allow emotions, when you name and accept them, your nervous system relaxes. Your body literally sighs in relief. Mindfulness doesn't erase emotion, it regulates it. It teaches your heart that it's safe to feel again. There's a story of a father who lost his son. For months, he refused to cry. He told himself that strong men don't show weakness. But one afternoon, as he walked home in the rain, he stopped beneath a tree and finally wept. The rain mingled with his tears. He felt as if the sky itself was crying with him. And in that moment, something shifted. The grief didn't disappear, but it became softer, more human. Later, he said, "I realized grief is love that no longer has a place to go. So I let it live in me as tenderness instead." That is what it means to host your emotions, not to get rid of them, but to let them transform. All emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, fear, are temporary visitors. They come, they stay for a while, and then they leave. When you forget this, you cling to joy and fear sadness. But when you remember impermanence, you bow to both. You stop chasing, stop resisting, and start flowing. The Buddha said, "When a wise man experiences feelings, he knows them as they arise, as they remain, and as they pass away." That's mindfulness. The art of being home for every guest without letting any of them take over the house. Try this practice for 1 week. Each evening, write down 3 emotions you felt that day. Next to each one, add a short reflection. What did this emotion want me to know? You'll start to see patterns. Anger asking for boundaries, sadness asking for rest, joy reminding you to stay grateful. By keeping this guest book, you'll become a more gracious host to your own humanity. One day, a monk came to the Buddha in tears. He said, "Master, I feel such sadness. I try to meditate, but it won't go away." The Buddha looked at him with compassion and said, "Do not fight the sadness. Sit with it as if it were a dear friend. Offer it tea." The monk was confused, but he did as instructed. He sat down, imagined his sadness beside him, and offered it tea in his mind. At first, the sadness cried, then it smiled, then it disappeared. Because once something is loved, it no longer needs to scream. Every emotion has a root. Anger often hides hurt. Hurt often hides fear. Fear often hides love. The love of wanting to protect, to belong, to be seen. When you welcome your emotions, you dig gently toward those roots. You stop judging the surface and start understanding the heart. This is what the Buddha called compassionate awareness, seeing suffering without fear and responding with love. You don't need to fix your emotions. You don't need to control them. You just need to be a kind host. When sadness comes, let it rest on your couch. When anger comes, give it space to speak. When joy comes, dance with it. When fear comes, offer it tea. One day you'll realize that every guest was sent by the same teacher, life itself, and you'll bow to them all whispering, "Thank you for visiting. I've learned something today." Before you sleep, place your hand over your heart. Ask softly, "Who's visiting tonight?" Maybe it's worry, maybe it's hope, maybe it's just quiet. Breathe in gently and say, "You are welcome here." Then let the guest rest. Tomorrow they might be gone, but the kindness you offered, that will remain. And as you become a more graceful host to your emotions, something beautiful happens. You begin to extend that same kindness to others. You realize that everyone you meet is also a guest house, hosting storms and sunlight you can't see. That understanding, that empathy, is the beginning of true compassion. Lesson 14. The mirror of relationships. There's a Zen saying, when you meet someone, you meet yourself. At first, that sounds poetic, but the longer we live, through heartbreaks, friendships, family struggles, love and loss, the more we see how true it is. Every relationship we have, no matter how brief or deep, is a mirror showing us something about ourselves, our patience, our fears, our expectations, our capacity to love. Sometimes we look into that mirror and see beauty. Other times we see pain, but both are gifts, because both help us wake up. Mira had always thought of herself as a calm, kind person. She meditated daily, spoke gently, and read books on mindfulness. Until one day, her younger sister moved in. The first week was fine. By the second, dishes were left unwashed, music played too loud, and Mira's inner peace began to crack. One night, after snapping at her sister, she sat on her bed feeling ashamed. She had broken her spiritual image of herself. But then she remembered something her teacher once said. Other people are not obstacles to your practice. They are your practice. That sentence hit her like a soft truth bomb. She realized her sister wasn't the problem. Her attachment to comfort, control, and being right was. And in that moment, the mirror became clear. In Buddhism, everything exists in interdependence. Nothing stands alone. Just as a flower depends on soil, sunlight, and rain, we depend on countless relationships, seen and unseen. The Buddha said, when this ceases, that ceases. In simple terms, who we are only exists through connection. We discover patience by being tested. We learn forgiveness by being hurt. We understand love by giving it away. Relationships aren't distractions from the path. They are the path. When someone triggers us, a rude co-worker, a distant partner, a judgmental friend, our mind often says, they're the problem. But in Buddhist psychology, that moment is gold. Because what we react to most strongly often reveals the places in us still unhealed. If someone's arrogance makes you furious, maybe there's pride inside you waiting to be seen. If someone's coldness breaks your heart, maybe you've been denying your own tenderness. The Buddha compared the world to a mirror. He said, the world is led by the mind. When the mind is pure, the world becomes pure. So if the reflection hurts, the work isn't to break the mirror, it's to clean it. Ethan and his partner had been arguing for weeks. He felt unheard, unappreciated. One night he stormed out thinking, she never listens. Later, while walking through the park, he stopped and realized he had said the same words she had said to him, just in a different tone. He wasn't angry because she didn't listen. He was angry because he didn't feel seen, and the painful truth hit him. He had been doing the very thing he accused her of. That moment of humility became a turning point. He went home, apologized, and listened, truly listened. For the first time, there was silence. Not empty, but sacred, because when one person drops their armor, the other can finally breathe. Buddhism teaches that all suffering arises from three roots: craving, aversion, and ignorance in relationships. They appear in subtle ways. Craving, wanting the other person to behave exactly as we wish. Aversion, rejecting their flaws or discomfort. Ignorance, forgetting they, too, suffer as we do. When we remove these poisons, love becomes pure again. Not a transaction, but a presence. The Buddha didn't teach how to fix people. He taught how to see them clearly, as mirrors reflecting both beauty and imperfection, both worthy of compassion. Here's a simple daily practice you can use. When someone upsets you, pause. Before reacting, silently ask, what is this showing me about myself? Notice the reflection. Maybe it reveals an unmet need, maybe a boundary, maybe an old wound asking for love. Respond, don't react. Speak from awareness, not emotion. Sometimes that means silence. Sometimes that means truth spoken gently. This is relationship as meditation. Each interaction becomes a moment of awakening. The Buddha once asked his disciples, if someone is struck by an arrow, is it painful? They replied, yes. And if they are struck by a second arrow, is that even more painful? Yes, of course. He said, the first arrow is what others do to us. The second arrow is how we react, with anger, blame, resentment. We can't always stop the first arrow, but we can learn not to shoot ourselves with the second. That's the wisdom of relationships, to feel deeply, but not add suffering through resistance. Once, a monk was insulted by a man in the marketplace. The man shouted, cursed, and tried to provoke him. The monk simply smiled. Later, a disciple asked, Master, how could you stay so calm? The monk replied, if someone offers you a gift and you don't take it, to whom does the gift belong? The disciple said, to the giver, of course. The monk nodded. Then why would I accept his anger? That's the art of seeing relationships through wisdom, not as battles, but as invitations to freedom. Sarah had a complicated relationship with her mother. Years of criticism left deep wounds, but as Sarah began practicing mindfulness, she noticed something surprising: her mother's voice in her own thoughts. Every time she failed, she repeated those same harsh words to herself. She realized forgiveness wasn't about excusing her mother. It was about releasing the pattern she had inherited. By forgiving, she wasn't setting her mother free. She was setting herself free. That's the quiet miracle of relationships as mirrors. They help us heal generational pain by seeing it clearly and choosing differently. The Buddha taught that there is no fixed I or you. We arise through interaction, like waves in the same ocean. When you love someone deeply, their joy becomes yours, their pain touches you. The boundary between self and other begins to fade. This isn't loss, it's expansion. You don't disappear. You become vast enough to hold another's world. That's true compassion, not pity, but shared being. The next time you speak to someone, a friend, a stranger, even someone difficult, try this silent reminder. This person too wants to be happy. This person too suffers. When you remember that, your heart softens, your words slow down, your eyes become kind. That's how awareness turns ordinary moments into sacred ones. Each person becomes a mirror, reflecting your own capacity to love. Love always teaches impermanence. People leave, relationships end, but nothing we've loved is truly lost. The Buddha said, "Whatever is dear to you will become otherwise, not as punishment, but as reminder to love while you can, to see clearly while it lasts." The beauty of mirrors is that they don't keep what they reflect. They simply show it and let it go. That's how love should be, seen fully, then released gracefully. Tonight, before you sleep, bring to mind someone who challenges you. Picture them sitting across from you. Breathe in softly, thinking, "May I understand?" Breathe out gently, thinking, "May they be free from suffering." Do this for a few breaths. You might feel resistance. That's okay. The heart opens slowly, like dawn. This simple act plants a seed of compassion. And with time, that seed will bloom in ways you can't yet imagine. Relationships are mirrors, yes, but they also bring light. They reveal not just your wounds, but your capacity for joy, generosity, patience. Every kind word you speak is the universe reflecting love back at itself. When you smile at a stranger, you're smiling at another version of you. That's what the Buddha meant when he spoke of oneness, not philosophy, but direct experience of connection. You are the mirror, you are the reflection, you are the light that makes both visible. Every person you meet is a lesson in disguise. Some teach you to hold on, others teach you to let go. Some mirror your beauty, others mirror your pain. Welcome them all, because one day, you'll realize that every mirror you looked into was polishing the same truth, your heart. And in that polished reflection, you'll see there was never me and you, only love, learning to recognize itself. And once we begin to see relationships as mirrors, not battlefields, we awaken to something even deeper. That compassion isn't a feeling, it's a way of being. When you can look into any mirror, even a painful one, and see the same light shining behind every pair of eyes, you've begun to walk the path of boundless love. Lesson 15. The house that anger built. Once, a monk asked his teacher, "Master, why is it that even after years of meditation, I still get angry?" The teacher smiled gently and replied, "Because you still think anger is the problem." The monk looked puzzled. "Isn't it?" The teacher shook his head. "No, the problem is that you keep trying to build a house inside the fire instead of learning how to walk through it. Everyone knows the heat of anger. It starts somewhere in the chest, a tightening, a pulse quickening, a wave rising before thought can catch it. We say things we don't mean, we do things we regret, and then we sit in the ruins afterward, wondering how something so momentary can burn so much. The Buddha called anger a fire that burns the one who holds it first. He didn't say it to shame us, but to show compassion, because every angry person is, in that moment, in pain. Anger is not evil, it's just suffering wearing armor. There's a Zen story about a monk who built a clay house on a hillside. Every time it rained, the walls cracked and began to crumble. The monk became frustrated. He patched and repaired the house again and again, until finally, in a moment of anger, he smashed part of the wall with his fist. Exhausted, he sat down and wept. His teacher walked by and said softly, "You are so busy fixing the cracks that you never noticed the house was built on sand." That's how anger works. We patch, defend, and justify it. But unless we look at the ground beneath, the foundation, our woundedness, our expectations, our fear, it will keep collapsing. In Buddhist psychology, anger isn't a sin, it's a signal. It's what happens when we don't know how to sit with pain. The Buddha said, "Hatred never ceases by hatred, but only by love." This is the eternal law. That's not poetic, it's practical. Because when you fight anger with anger, you double the fire. But when you meet it with awareness, it begins to cool. Mindfulness is the water that turns fire into light. James was a single father with 2 kids. He loved them deeply. But every evening after work, the smallest thing would trigger his temper. One night, when his son accidentally spilled juice, James shouted. His boy froze, terrified, and in that silence, James saw his reflection. His own father, shouting the same way years ago. He sank to his knees and whispered, "I'm sorry." That night, he didn't meditate or pray. He just sat with the pain. He realized his anger wasn't hatred. It was hurt that had nowhere to go. It was love trying to express itself through fear and exhaustion. From that day, every time he felt the heat rising, he'd place his hand on his heart and say, "Little boy, you're safe now." Slowly, the shouting stopped. The house of anger began to rebuild itself. This time, on compassion. The Buddha taught that anger arises when something blocks our desire, when the world doesn't match our mental picture of how it should be. Someone doesn't respect us, a partner doesn't understand us, life doesn't move on our schedule, so we fight reality, and every fight with reality is a fight we lose. Because reality doesn't argue back, it just waits. The key isn't to suppress anger, but to understand what it's defending. Beneath most anger is a wound that whispers, "Please, just see me. Please, don't leave me. Please, let me feel safe." When you hear that whisper, your compassion awakens, for yourself first, and then for others. Here's a Buddhist-inspired practice you can use whenever anger rises. Pause. Don't speak yet. Don't act yet. Just breathe once deeply. Name what's happening. Say silently, "Anger is here." Not "I'm angry." Anger is here. This small shift separates you from the emotion. Feel where it lives in the body. The heat, the tightness, the tension. Don't run from it. Notice it like watching a storm. Ask softly, "What are you protecting?" The answer may surprise you. It's almost always love, fear, or sadness underneath. That simple awareness turns anger from an enemy into a teacher. One day, a young monk asked his master, "How can I get rid of anger?" The master replied, "You can't, but you can stop feeding it." He handed the monk a small oil lamp. Each time you think angry thoughts, add oil. Each time you think kind thoughts, take oil away. The monk carried the lamp everywhere. At first it burned brightly, but as days passed, he found himself adding less and less oil. One evening, the flame went out, and the monk smiled. Anger fades not when you fight it, but when you stop nourishing it with stories. When the Buddha taught metta bhavana, the practice of loving-kindness meditation, he didn't say, "Love only your friends." He said, "Radiate loving-kindness to all beings, even those who have harmed you." Why? Because love purifies the heart, not for them, for you. Holding anger is like holding poison and waiting for the other person to die. Metta is the antidote. It dissolves resentment, not by forgetting, but by remembering that every being suffers. When you can wish peace even to those who hurt you, you are free. Nora's husband had betrayed her. For months she burned with rage, not just at him, but at herself. She told her therapist, "I can't forgive. I'll never forgive." Her therapist replied gently, "Then start with this. May I stop suffering over what happened?" Nora practiced that sentence every morning. At first it felt fake, then softer, then true. One day she realized she no longer wished him harm. She didn't need revenge. She just wanted peace. That's what forgiveness really is. Not condoning the act, but releasing the pain. She said, "I didn't forgive him to free him. I forgave him to free myself." That's the day her house of anger became a temple of understanding. The Buddha told his disciples, "The eye is burning, the ear is burning, the mind is burning with the fire of passion, hatred, and delusion." He wasn't warning them of hellfire. He was describing the human condition. The mind burns when it clings to me and mine. When you let go, you stop pouring oil on the flames. The fire still flickers, but it no longer consumes you. It simply becomes light. Whenever you feel anger rising, place your hand over your heart. Take one slow breath. Whisper softly, "May I be calm. May I be free from this fire." Then, if possible, send the same wish to the person who triggered it. May they too be free from their suffering. You don't have to mean it perfectly. Even trying is enough. That single thought plants a seed of compassion that begins to cool your inner world. Anger builds houses out of fear, walls to protect the wounded heart. But love rebuilds them as sanctuaries, open, airy, filled with light. The Buddha didn't teach us to tear the house down. He taught us to renovate it, to turn our anger into awareness, our pain into presence, our fire into warmth. And when the house is full of light, anger has nowhere left to live. It's okay to feel angry. It's human. Even the Buddha once said, "I too feel irritation sometimes, but I do not let it grow." Your goal isn't to eliminate emotion, but to hold it wisely, the way a mother holds a crying child. When anger knocks at your door, don't slam it shut. Open it gently and say, "I see you. I'll take care of you, but you can't drive today." That's mindfulness in action. Firm, kind, awake. Before you sleep, recall one moment of anger from your day. Instead of replaying the story, just feel the sensation in your body, the heat, the tightness. Breathe into it and whisper, "I understand you now." That's all it takes to begin dismantling the house that anger built. One breath, one kind awareness at a time. And once you learn to transform anger into understanding, a deeper compassion begins to bloom. One that isn't limited to yourself, but extends to everyone who's ever suffered the same fire. That's when forgiveness becomes freedom, and peace becomes your natural home. Lesson 16. The Cloud of Thoughts. Seeing without holding. One morning, a monk sat by a lake, watching the sky. The wind moved softly over the surface of the water, and clouds drifted lazily above. Another monk approached and said, "Master, my mind is full of thoughts. I try to push them away, but the harder I try, the louder they become." The old monk smiled and pointed upward. "Do you see the clouds?" "Yes," said the young monk. "Do you chase them?" He shook his head. "Then stop chasing your thoughts. Let them drift. The sky has never been afraid of clouds. Everyone knows what it's like to be trapped in their own head. The replay of a mistake, the endless planning, the arguments that never really happened. Our thoughts can feel like weather, unpredictable, uncontrollable, sometimes dark, sometimes radiant. But most of us don't realize something simple. You are not the storm, you are the sky. The Buddha once said, "The mind is luminous, but it is defiled by passing clouds." In other words, beneath all that thinking, your mind is naturally clear, calm, and vast. Thoughts are just visitors. They come, they stay, they go. They don't define you. We live in an age of noise. Phones, news, opinions, expectations. Our attention is constantly pulled outward. When we finally sit still, the mind doesn't know what to do. It panics, floods us with thoughts, tries to fill the silence. That's why meditation feels hard at first, because you're finally meeting your mind without distractions. You start to see how restless it really is. But here's the secret most people never learn. The goal isn't to stop thinking. It's to see thoughts clearly without believing every one of them. There's a story from Japan about a monk who kept asking his master, "How can I stop my thoughts?" The master simply told him to go sit by a stream. "Each time a leaf floats by," he said, "try to stop it with your hand." The monk spent hours splashing and grabbing at leaves, soaking wet and frustrated. When he returned, the master asked, "How did it go?" "I couldn't stop them," the monk said. The master smiled. "Exactly, but you could watch them pass." That day, the monk learned that thoughts are like leaves. They only disturb the water when you reach for them. The Buddha taught the practice of observing the mind itself, to see mind with greed as mind with greed, mind without greed as mind without greed, and so on. He wasn't asking us to fight thoughts, but to recognize them as they are, impermanent, impersonal, not worth clinging to. This is the heart of insight, to see the mind seeing, to know thoughts as just thoughts. When you do that, your mind becomes like a mirror, reflecting everything, but holding nothing. Emma was a teacher who struggled with insomnia. Every night her mind raced, replaying conversations, planning lessons, worrying about the future. She tried everything: music, tea, medication, meditation apps. Nothing helped. One evening, her friend, a long-time meditator, gave her a simple instruction. When the thoughts come, don't fight them. Just whisper, thinking, and come back to your breath. The first night, she labeled thinking hundreds of times. It felt impossible, but she kept going. By the third week, something shifted. The thoughts were still there, but they lost their power. She realized that she didn't need to empty her mind. She just needed to stop climbing into every thought and letting it drive her away. One night, she fell asleep mid-thought, not because her mind was silent, but because she had finally stopped believing every cloud meant a storm. The Buddha compared thoughts to illusions. Mirages that appear real but dissolve when touched. When you see your thoughts without holding them, you start to discover stillness even while thinking continues. It's like sitting beside a busy road. You can watch cars go by without chasing them. The cars aren't the problem. The problem is when you keep running into traffic. So the practice is simple, but profound. See clearly, stay still. Buddhism teaches that all things are empty, not meaningless, but without a fixed essence. Thoughts are perfect examples. You can't hold a thought. You can't find where it starts or ends. It's gone the moment you look closely. Yet we treat thoughts as solid. I am my thoughts. I am my opinions. I am my memories. But if thoughts constantly change, who is the I that owns them? The Buddha smiled at this mystery and said, just see. When there is seeing, only seeing. When there is thinking, only thinking. That's the beauty of mindfulness. It frees you not by changing life, but by showing that the you suffering through it was never solid to begin with. Try this. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Imagine your mind as the open sky. Now, imagine your thoughts as clouds drifting through it. Some are soft and white, pleasant memories, good plans. Some are dark and heavy, worry, anger, regret. Let them all drift. No need to push or pull. Just breathe. Notice, you are not the clouds. You are the sky that holds them all. That realization, that vast, gentle awareness, is what the Buddha called the unconditioned mind. It's not something you have to create. It's already here beneath the noise. One day, as the Buddha was meditating under a tree, a man approached him and began to shout insults. The Buddha remained silent. After a while, the man stopped and asked, "Why don't you respond? Don't you hear me?" The Buddha said, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong?" The man said, "To the giver." The Buddha smiled. "Then I do not accept your anger." That's what it means to see without holding. To let words, thoughts, and emotions pass through without letting them stick. It's not indifference, it's wisdom. It's knowing that peace doesn't come from controlling what appears, but from not grasping what passes. In traditional mindfulness meditation, there's a technique called noting. When a thought arises, you silently label it, remembering, planning, judging, worrying. Then you let it go. Each time you do that, you strengthen awareness and weaken identification. It's like watching clouds, naming their shapes without chasing them. That's a storm cloud. That one looks like a memory, and then let them drift away. You realize thoughts lose their power when you stop calling them truth. One of the Buddha's most compassionate teachings is that liberation doesn't come from control, but from gentle observation. Force tightens the mind. Gentleness opens it. So the next time you catch yourself lost in thought, don't scold yourself. Just smile inwardly and whisper, thinking again. That small smile is the difference between awareness and struggle. It turns your meditation and your life from a battle into a dance. Have you ever noticed how clouds never argue with the wind? They just move. They don't cling to the sky, and the sky doesn't try to hold them. That's the relationship between awareness and thought. The sky allows everything, but remains untouched. That's the nature of your mind too. Spacious, pure, vast, even when filled with clouds. Whenever you find yourself lost in overthinking, try this. Take one slow breath. Name the thought. Planning, judging, remembering. Notice how it feels in your body. Let it drift, and return to your breath or the present moment. If it comes back, repeat gently. No force, no frustration. Each time you do this, you're teaching the mind that it doesn't need to chase every cloud. It can rest in the open sky. Here's the quiet miracle. When you stop grasping at thoughts, the space between them widens, and in that space, you meet stillness, not the stillness of silence, but the stillness of knowing. You begin to feel what the Buddha meant when he said, "Within this very body and mind lies the whole universe." It's not that thoughts disappear, it's that they stop owning you. You become the watcher, and the watcher is free. Tonight, before you sleep, sit for a moment with your eyes closed. Notice what your mind is doing. It may be busy. That's okay. Just whisper, like clouds, like clouds. Breathe in and feel the vastness behind every thought. That's your true home. The boundless awareness that was never broken by a single storm. And when you finally learn to see your thoughts without holding them, you also begin to see the world differently. You stop clinging not only to thoughts, but to possessions, identities, and fears. That's when simplicity becomes sacred and contentment becomes your true wealth. Lesson 17. The Garden of Karma. Seeds we keep planting. A young monk once asked his teacher, "Master, why do good things sometimes happen to bad people and bad things to good people?" The teacher smiled softly and led him outside. They walked to the edge of a quiet garden behind the monastery. There, the old monk handed him a handful of seeds, some fragrant jasmine, some bitter neem. "Plant them all," he said. The monk did. A few weeks later, the jasmine began to bloom, sweet and white, but right beside it grew the bitter neem, green, sharp, uninviting. The teacher said, "You see, the soil doesn't judge, it just grows what you plant." And that, the Buddha said, is how karma works. The word karma comes from the Sanskrit, which simply means action, not fate, not divine punishment, just action. But action doesn't end when the movement ends. Every thought, word, and deed plants a seed in the soil of the mind. And those seeds eventually bear fruit. Some ripen quickly, a kind word returning as trust, an angry word returning as tension. Others take years, even lifetimes to blossom. But the law is gentle and perfect. Whatever you plant, you will eventually meet again. Think of your mind as a garden you tend every day. Each morning, you scatter seeds through your thoughts, your tone, your attention. When you smile at a stranger, you plant a seed of connection. When you judge or resent, you plant a seed of bitterness. The miracle is, the garden grows even when you're not looking. That's why the Buddha said, if you want to know your past, look at your present. If you want to know your future, look at your present actions. Your present life is not a sentence, it's a harvest, and every breath is a chance to plant something new. There's an old story of a farmer whose son broke his leg. The neighbors said, "How unlucky." The farmer replied, "Maybe." A week later, war broke out, and every young man in the village was drafted, except his son. The neighbors said, "How lucky." The farmer again said, "Maybe." The story continues, but the teaching is clear. Karma is not about instant reward or punishment. It's about understanding that everything is connected, and that the ripening of seeds takes time. You never truly know which moment is a curse, and which one is a blessing in disguise. In the Buddhist view, karma isn't just what you do, it's why you do it. Two people can perform the same act but create entirely different karma because their intentions differ. You might give money out of guilt. That's one kind of seed. You might give the same amount out of love. That's another. The Buddha said, "It is volition, O monks, that I call karma." Having willed, one acts through body, speech, or mind. Your intention is the gardener's hand. It decides what kind of garden you're growing. Leah stood in line one morning, late for work, irritated that the person ahead was taking forever to order. In a moment of frustration, she rolled her eyes. The barista noticed and frowned. Later that day, Leah felt the same coldness from her own co-worker. She thought, why is everyone so unfriendly today? But that evening, she remembered the coffee line. That tiny ripple of irritation had traveled farther than she knew. So the next morning, she smiled at the barista and said, "Take your time." The whole room felt different. It wasn't magic, it was karma, in the most ordinary, beautiful sense. Every moment is a seed, and the smallest kindness can shift the weather of an entire day. Not all karma is visible. Some ripens in the outer world, some ripens within. Every time you act with anger, you strengthen the habit of anger. Every time you act with patience, you strengthen peace. That's why the Buddha compared thoughts to seeds and habits to trees. Even if no one sees your thoughts, you're still planting forests inside your mind. One day, those forests become your emotional landscape. You live among what you've grown. Once, a man insulted the Buddha in public. The Buddha remained calm and said, "Friend, if someone gives you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man replied, "To the giver." The Buddha smiled, "Then I do not accept your anger." Later, that same man fell ill, and remembering the Buddha's kindness, he came to apologize. The Buddha received him warmly. That moment planted a new seed, not of guilt, but of transformation. Kindness doesn't erase old karma instantly, but it begins to grow a new future the moment it's chosen. Karma isn't random. It's the natural rhythm of cause and effect. When craving arises, suffering follows. When mindfulness arises, peace follows. This is the law of dependent origination. Nothing stands alone. Every moment depends on what came before and gives birth to what comes next. So when you feel trapped by your past, remember, you can plant new causes now. You are never the prisoner of old karma. You are the gardener of new beginnings. Karma also explains why forgiveness isn't about excusing someone's actions. It's about not continuing to water their weeds in your mind. When you hold resentment, you keep replaying their actions, feeding that same energy again and again. But when you let go, you stop nourishing the seed. It withers naturally. Forgiveness is the gardener's wisdom, knowing which plants no longer serve the garden's peace. Karma isn't mystical. It's as simple as how you speak, eat, and pay attention. When you speak harshly, you plant fear and separation. When you eat mindfully, you plant gratitude in the body. When you listen fully, you plant trust. The garden of your life grows from these small, repeated gestures. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent in choosing kindness. Every thought you dwell on is a seed that begins to sprout. Think resentment long enough, and bitterness becomes your home. Think gratitude long enough, and joy grows naturally. This isn't superstition, it's neuroplasticity, the modern science of karma. Whatever you water with attention becomes stronger. So the most powerful practice is this: choose which thoughts to water. At the end of each day, sit quietly for a few minutes. Ask yourself, what seeds did I plant today? Did I plant kindness, or impatience, compassion, or judgment? Don't shame yourself. Just notice. Then imagine watering only the seeds you wish to grow. The moments of love, patience, truth. Smile at them. Let them root deeper. Tomorrow, they'll blossom in your actions without effort. This is karma in its simplest form, the mindfulness of planting well. The Buddha once said, "When struck by an arrow, a fool is struck twice, once by the arrow and once by his reaction to it. The first arrow is unavoidable, life's pain. The second is optional, our mental reaction." When we react with anger or resistance, we plant new seeds of suffering. When we respond with awareness, we plant the seed of freedom. That's how karma transforms from destiny into awakening. If karma is a garden, then awareness is the sun. It helps everything grow and reveals what needs to be pulled out. You don't need to fix your whole past. Just shine light on this moment. The garden will reorganize itself. Sometimes, even old painful seeds can blossom into compassion when seen clearly, because seeing truthfully is the same as forgiving wisely. A thief once broke into a monastery at night. He was caught, trembling, by an old monk. The monk said gently, "You've come all this way. You must be hungry. Sit, eat." The thief was stunned. He ate silently and left. The next night he came again, not to steal, but to help with the morning chores. Later, he became one of the monk's closest disciples. That's how the cycle of karma breaks. Not through punishment, but through unexpected compassion. The Buddha didn't teach karma to make us afraid. He taught it so that we could take responsibility for our own peace. You can't control the weather of your past, but you can plant the next season now. Each moment is fresh soil. Each breath, a new chance to grow something kind. Your thoughts are seeds. Your words are seeds. Your choices are seeds. Plant them with care, and your future will take care of itself. Before you go to sleep, close your eyes and ask softly, "What do I want to grow tomorrow?" Maybe it's patience, maybe it's courage, maybe it's joy. Then imagine placing one small seed of that intention in the garden of your heart. Breathe gently, water it with kindness, smile. The work is already done. As we learn to plant wisely and care for our inner garden, we begin to understand something even deeper. That every seed, every act, every breath is not separate from the whole. The garden doesn't belong to you. You belong to the garden. Lesson 18. The silence between breaths. There's a story told in an old monastery about a monk named Tenzin. Every morning, before dawn, he would walk to the edge of the forest to meditate. One day, another monk followed him out of curiosity. He saw Tenzin sitting perfectly still beneath a tree, eyes closed, body unmoving. Hours passed. When the sun finally rose, the monk whispered, "What do you think about when you meditate so long?" Tenzin smiled and said, "I don't think. I listen." "Listen to what?" the monk asked. "To the space between my breaths. Every inhale begins somewhere. Every exhale ends somewhere. And between the two, there's a moment of stillness. Most of us never notice it. We're too busy chasing thoughts, worries, and plans. But that small pause, that delicate gap between in-breath and out-breath, is where the mind returns home. It's where silence lives. And in that silence, the Buddha said, there is nothing lacking. Your breath is the most honest thing about you. It arrives without your permission. It leaves when it must. Every inhale is life coming in. Every exhale is life letting go. And the silence between them is life being. You could say that. All of existence is just one long breath, the universe, inhaling and exhaling itself for eternity. The Buddha often began his teachings by guiding people back to this breath. Not because breathing is spiritual, but because it's real. It's the one thing you can't escape, and the one thing that will always tell you the truth about your mind. We live in a world afraid of silence. Every space must be filled with music, screens, chatter, movement. But the irony is, the deeper truths of life can only be heard in quiet. That's why meditation feels so strange at first. It's not the silence that's uncomfortable. It's our addiction to noise. When we sit down to breathe, our minds panic. They say, do something, fix something, think something. But the breath doesn't need fixing. It just needs watching. That's how peace begins. Not with control, but with attention. Once a student asked the Buddha, "How should I meditate?" The Buddha replied, "How do you tune your lute?" The student said, "Not too tight, not too loose." The Buddha smiled. "Then meditate like that. If the mind is too tight, forcing the breath, demanding results, it breaks. If it's too loose, distracted, lazy, wandering, it loses harmony. But when it's balanced, gentle, curious, alert, the song of peace begins to play. The breath mirrors everything. When you're anxious, it shortens. When you're angry, it hardens. When you're calm, it deepens. But most of the time, you're not breathing, you're being breathed. Each inhale is life saying, "Stay." Each exhale is life saying, "Let go." The silence between them is life whispering. "You are safe," the Buddha said. Mindfulness of breathing, when developed and practiced, leads to great peace and clear seeing. Because when you follow the breath home, you realize it's not just air moving in and out, it's awareness itself. Here's a small practice you can try right now. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes if you wish. Breathe naturally. Don't control anything. Feel one full inhale. Feel one full exhale. Now, notice the tiny pause right after the exhale, before the next inhale begins. That's it. The silence between breaths. Don't force it. Don't lengthen it. Just notice it. That stillness is not nothing. It's the background of everything. When you rest there, you taste what the Buddha called, not a place, but the mind unbound. Maria was a nurse who worked long, stressful shifts. She lived on caffeine and adrenaline. One day, while treating a patient, she suddenly felt dizzy and had to sit down. The doctor on duty checked her and laughed gently. "You've been holding your breath." Maria realized she had done that all day. Rushing, worrying, forgetting to breathe fully. That night, she tried a simple practice. 5 mindful breaths before bed. Inhale, feeling the air touch her lungs. Exhale, feeling her body soften. Between breaths, silence. It took less than a minute, but she cried. Not from sadness, but from relief. For the first time in years, she had remembered what peace felt like. Not dramatic, not mystical, just the quiet hum of being alive. The Buddha gave one of his simplest yet most profound teachings. He said, "When breathing in, know you are breathing in. When breathing out, know you are breathing out." That's it. No mantras, no rituals, no striving, just awareness. Because when you truly know the breath, you begin to know the mind. And when you know the mind, you begin to understand impermanence. How every breath arises and passes. How every thought does the same. Each inhale teaches birth. Each exhale teaches death. Each pause between them teaches the peace that holds both. In therapy, in mindfulness, in prayer, there's always a moment of pause between reaction and response. That pause is sacred. It's where you remember that you are not your anger, not your fear, not your thoughts. It's where freedom lives. That's why the Buddha said, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose. When you practice awareness of the breath, you stretch that space wider, and in that widening, peace begins to bloom. A disciple once asked his master, "What is enlightenment?" The master held up a candle and blew it out. Then, "Nothing?" the student asked. The master replied, "Not nothing, just no wind." That's what happens when you find silence between breaths. The winds of thought, emotion, and craving stop tossing the flame. It doesn't go out, it simply burns steady. People think silence means absence, but real silence is presence. The presence of something vast and awake. When you listen closely to silence, you can hear the world breathing with you, the hum of life, the pulse of being, the sound beneath all sounds. That's what the Buddha called the natural law of things as they are. When you're still enough, you realize the silence was never outside you. It was you all along. Whenever you feel lost or overwhelmed, take 3 conscious breaths. The first to arrive, feel the body here. The second to soften, release tension and stories. The third to listen, sense the quiet beneath it all. If you do this several times a day, you'll start to carry silence with you, not as an escape, but as a companion. The world won't stop being noisy, but you'll find a quiet place inside that nothing can disturb. There's an ancient story about the Buddha's final moments. As he lay surrounded by disciples, they asked him for one last teaching. He simply said, "All compounded things are impermanent. Work out your liberation with diligence." Then he took a final breath, in, out, and entered the great silence. That silence was not the end. It was the return to what had always been there beneath every breath. When we touch that same silence, even for a second, we touch eternity. You don't need to be a monk to taste this peace. You just need to pause, in traffic, in conversation, in the middle of stress, and feel one conscious breath. That's all. That single pause can stop a lifetime of reactivity. It can remind you that life is not something to chase, but something to breathe. When you pay attention to the silence between breaths, you begin to notice that the whole world breathes with you. The trees inhale your exhale. The ocean breathes in rhythms of tide. The stars pulse with cosmic breath. In that seeing, the illusion of separation fades. You understand, there was never my breath and your breath. There was only breath, only life. That realization is the doorway to compassion. Before you sleep, lie quietly and notice your breathing. Between each inhale and exhale, sense the pause, the silent witness watching over you. Let that stillness expand. Like the calm sky at dusk, you don't need to control it. Just trust it, because even when you sleep, that silence will keep breathing for you. And when you learn to rest in that silence, the space between breaths, you begin to feel something deeper than peace. You start to feel gratitude for simply being alive. The next lesson will explore that, how awakening naturally blossoms into gratitude and gratitude into love. Lesson 19. The end of seeking. You were already home. There was once a traveler who had wandered the world for decades. He climbed mountains seeking wisdom, sat with teachers, read scriptures, and meditated under countless trees. One day, exhausted, he came upon a small hut on the edge of a forest. Inside sat an old monk, quietly sipping tea. The traveler bowed and said, "Master, I've been searching for enlightenment all my life. Please, teach me how to find it." The monk smiled gently and poured him a cup of tea. "Have some tea," he said. The traveler frowned. "But I came for the truth." The monk nodded. "And yet the truth is already in the tea." The traveler stared. Confused, the monk continued, "You've been looking for what cannot be found, because it was never lost." And for the first time in years, the traveler stopped seeking. He took a sip. The tea was warm, ordinary, perfect. Most of us are like that traveler. We spend years, even lifetimes, searching for love, for success, for meaning, for peace. We run from city to city, job to job, relationship to relationship, thinking the next thing will complete us. But as soon as we get it, a new longing appears. It's exhausting, this endless seeking. And yet, beneath it all, there's something tender, even sacred, in the human desire to come home, because deep down, what we're really seeking is rest, not in the sense of doing nothing, but in the sense of not needing anything else to be whole. Even the Buddha himself began as a seeker. He left his palace, his family, his comfort, in search of truth. He practiced extreme fasting, held his breath for minutes, endured pain and hunger, believing enlightenment would come through struggle. But one day, as he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, weak and exhausted, he realized everything he was seeking was already here, within the very awareness that was seeking. He stopped striving, he breathed, he let go, and in that letting go, he woke up. That's why he later said, "There is no path to enlightenment. Enlightenment is the path." The journey was never about finding something outside. It was about seeing clearly what has always been inside. In our world today, seeking looks a little different. It's not always monks and caves. It's self-help books, podcasts, retreats, endless improvement. We chase new identities, the better version of ourselves, the next big success, the best spiritual practice. But often, all that striving is just another disguise for restlessness. It's like polishing the mirror endlessly instead of realizing you were never the dust. The more we seek to become, the further we drift from simply being. In Buddhism, this endless cycle of seeking is called the craving to become. We think happiness lies just one step away. When I get that job, when I heal this wound, when I finally understand. But each time we reach one goal, the mind creates another. The Buddha compared it to chasing the horizon. No matter how far you walk, it keeps moving away. Why? Because the seeker and the sought are the same thing. When you stop running, you realize the horizon was always around you. There's a simple parable from India. A woman was weeping, searching everywhere in her house for her necklace. She lifted cushions, opened drawers, even went outside. Finally, her friend walked in and said, "Why are you crying?" The woman sobbed, "I've lost my necklace." Her friend looked at her and smiled gently. "It's around your neck." The woman froze, touched her throat, and began to laugh and cry at once. That's the moment of awakening. The realization that what we've been searching for has been quietly resting with us all along. The root of all seeking, the Buddha said, ignorance of who we truly are. We believe in a separate me that must fix, achieve, and complete itself. So we build identities, roles, names, stories, and forget that these are just costumes. When we sit in silence long enough, those stories soften. We start to glimpse something deeper, a quiet awareness that has always been watching, untouched by success or failure. That awareness is home. You can't earn it. You can only notice it. David had spent his whole life improving himself. Therapy, journaling, affirmations, meditation apps. He did it all, but something still felt missing. He told his teacher, "I've been meditating for years, but I'm still not peaceful." The teacher said, "Who is the one trying to be peaceful?" David was silent. The teacher continued, "The one who wants to be peaceful is the one disturbing your peace." That night, David stopped trying to meditate. He just sat. No techniques, no goals, no effort. And for the first time, he felt still. He realized he had been running a marathon inside his own mind. That's when he finally arrived. Not somewhere new, but back where he'd always been. A monk once asked his master, "What must I do to be free?" The master replied, "There's nothing to do. There's only to see that there's nothing missing." Freedom isn't a future event. It's the absence of needing a future at all. That's why the Zen masters say, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, Chop wood, carry water. The outer actions don't change. The inner grasping does. The difference is not in what you do, but in how clearly you see who is doing it. Imagine a lake on a windy day. The surface ripples, distorting the reflection of the moon. The moon hasn't changed. The water has. Our mind is like that lake. When it's restless, we can't see truth clearly. When it's still, we realize the moon was always there. Seeking is the wind. Stillness is the homecoming. For one day, try living without self-improvement. Don't fix. Don't optimize. Don't strive to be better. Instead, just notice. Notice the breath. Notice sensations. Notice how life moves through you without your control. Let the world breathe you. Let awareness guide you. By doing less, you'll begin to feel more. That's the paradox of awakening. You don't gain something new. You lose the illusion that anything was missing. A monk once dreamed he was locked outside the temple gates, pounding, crying to be let in. In the dream, a voice called out, "Who are you?" He shouted, "It's me! Let me in!" But the door stayed shut. Then he stopped shouting. He looked down and realized there was no door. There never had been. He laughed and woke up in silence. That's the end of seeking. When you realize the gates were imaginary and the home you longed for was where you were standing all along. When someone asked the Buddha after his awakening, "What have you gained?" he answered, "Nothing. What I lost were illusions." That's why the awakened ones smile. Not because they've found something rare, but because they've stopped searching for what was never lost. Peace is not a prize. It's your original nature. Every seeker must eventually face this truth. The path disappears when you stop walking, because the destination was never separate from the steps. When you drop the need to get somewhere, life unfolds effortlessly. Moments become sacred again. Tea tastes like tea. The sky feels infinite. The heart remembers how to rest. You don't transcend the world. You simply return to it, awake. Before you sleep, sit quietly and place your hand over your heart. Ask softly, what am I still chasing? Maybe it's approval. Maybe it's love. Maybe it's peace. Whatever it is, breathe in and whisper, it's already here. Feel that truth, not as belief, but as silence. The mind may not understand, but the heart always does. The end of seeking is not the end of growth. It's the end of restless growth. The end of trying to fix what was never broken. When you rest in that awareness, life becomes simple again. You still work, love, learn, and fall. But you do it from wholeness, not from lack. You live not as a seeker, but as a participant in the great dance of being. That's what the Buddha meant by not extinction, but the cooling of the fire of I must become. And when you realize you were already home, you stop asking, what's next? And start whispering, thank you. Gratitude becomes the natural fragrance of awakening. It's not forced. It flows, like breath, like light, like love. Lesson 20. The Great Letting Go, Dying Before You Die. There's an old Zen story about a master who was once asked, "What is the greatest lesson of your life?" He smiled and said, "That everything I've ever loved, I had to let go of. And everything I feared to lose was never truly mine." The student was silent. The master continued, "To live fully, you must learn to die. Not just at the end of your life, but every day, in every moment. And that is the heart of the final lesson, the great letting go. It sounds mysterious, even frightening. Die before you die. But in the Buddha's language, it's simple. It means to die to illusion, to let the false self dissolve before the body ever does. It means seeing through the grasping, the endless clinging to me and mine. To die before you die is to be free while still breathing. It's not about escaping life. It's about finally meeting it, without the armor of fear or the weight of control. Because when you stop clinging, you don't lose life. You finally receive it. There was once an old potter in a small village. Every day he shaped clay into bowls and vases. But one afternoon, a young apprentice noticed something strange. The potter made a beautiful bowl. Then, after firing it, he smiled softly and broke it in two. The apprentice gasped. "Why would you destroy something so perfect?" the old man said. "Because I don't want to forget that perfection breaks. If I love the bowl only while it lasts, I suffer when it's gone. But if I love it knowing it will break, I am free to love it fully now. That's the art of dying before you die, loving deeply, but not holding tightly." The first truth the Buddha taught after his enlightenment was impermanence. Everything changes, everything passes, every joy, every sorrow, every breath. To the ordinary mind, that sounds sad, but to the awakened heart, it's beautiful, because impermanence means nothing is stuck forever. Not pain, not fear, not loss. It also means that love, too, is precious precisely because it cannot last. It invites us to be fully present, to drink each moment like it might be the last sip of morning tea. Once, a woman named Kisa Gotami came to the Buddha, her baby lifeless in her arms. She was weeping, begging for a cure. The Buddha said gently, "Bring me a mustard seed from a household where no one has ever died." She went from door to door. Every family welcomed her, but everyone had a story of loss. At the last house, she understood. She laid her baby down, and for the first time, she didn't cry, she bowed. That night, she entered the monastery and began to meditate on death, not as tragedy, but as truth. And that realization became her liberation. In modern life, death is the great taboo. We hide it behind hospital curtains, avoid the word, and fill silence with endless distractions. But the Buddha invited us to look directly at death, not morbidly, but mindfully. He said, "Of all contemplations, the contemplation of death is the most powerful." Why? Because when you truly face death, you stop wasting life. You stop pretending permanence. You start loving what's here, now. You don't have to wait for physical death to practice letting go. Life gives you small deaths every day. The end of a season, a friendship drifting apart, a version of yourself that no longer fits, the loss of something you thought you needed. Every ending, however small, is a rehearsal for freedom. When you let these little things die gracefully, you train the heart for the great letting go, the final release. And paradoxically, each time something dies inside you, something wiser is born. Anna's mother was in hospice, and Anna was terrified of losing her for weeks. She clung to her mother's hand, to hope, to the illusion that if she just stayed strong enough, she could stop the inevitable. One day, her mother whispered, "You don't have to hold me, just love me." Anna finally let go. She cried, but in that release something opened. The love didn't disappear, it expanded, beyond the body, beyond time. Later she said, "I realized that death doesn't end love, it just changes where love lives." That's the quiet miracle the Buddha pointed to. Nothing truly dies, it just transforms. In Buddhist philosophy, death is not annihilation, it's continuation. Just as one candle lights another, our actions, thoughts, and intentions flow into the next moment, the next life, the next form. The body falls away, but awareness continues. like a wave returning to the ocean. When we see this, fear softens. We stop clinging to identity and begin to live with grace. The Buddha said, "Life and death are like two sides of the same coin. When one ends, the other begins." There's a saying among monks, "If you die before you die, you will not die when you die." It means that each day you let something go, a resentment, a fear, an attachment, a belief that I am this or that. Little by little, the self becomes transparent. The mind stops clinging, and what remains is peace, unshakable, vast, luminous. That's the real resurrection, awakening before the body returns to dust. A Zen monk once rowed across a lake at dusk. Suddenly, another boat crashed into his, and he shouted in anger until he saw the other boat was empty. In that instant, his anger vanished. He realized he had been yelling at a shadow of his own mind. From that day, he said, "Whenever I meet someone who offends me, I see them as an empty boat that is dying before you die. The death of ego, the death of me versus you." When the illusion of separateness dissolves, all that's left is still water and open sky. When you feel life pulling away, someone leaves, a plan fails, a season ends, try this practice. Inhale, whisper silently, "Yes." Exhale, whisper, "Thank you." Yes to what is. Thank you for what was. Do this for 3 breaths. It's a sacred way of dying to control and being reborn into acceptance. When you let go of everything you cannot keep, possessions, expectations, even your own image, what remains is astonishingly simple: stillness, awareness, love. You begin to see that everything you ever loved was never really yours. It was the universe loving itself through you. That's why enlightened beings radiate peace. They're not detached from life, they're merged with it. They have nothing left to lose because they no longer imagine ownership. They have died into freedom. When the Zen master Ikkyu was dying, his students asked for his final words. He said, "I'll give you a poem when I die." When he took his last breath, they unrolled a small piece of paper from his hand. It read, "I was never born, so I can never die." And that's the ultimate truth. The body comes and goes. The mind comes and goes. But the awareness that knows both, that silent witness, was never born and never ends. When you finally accept that everything changes, you stop trying to cage life. You start to dance with it instead. You love more fiercely, forgive more easily, and live more fully. Because you know that every sunset, every smile, every breath is a miracle that won't come again. To let go is not to give up. It's to trust the unfolding, to bow to what life gives and takes with equal grace. That is true liberation. Before bed, lie down as if you were preparing to die, not in sadness, but in gratitude. Breathe slowly. Imagine releasing everything: your worries, your name, your plans, your body, your breath. Feel the stillness that remains. Then whisper softly, "I am not ending. I am returning." Fall asleep as if each night were a small death, and each morning a quiet rebirth. In the end, dying before you die isn't about death at all. It's about life. Life without fear, life without grasping, life without pretending to be anything other than what you already are. It's about bowing to impermanence and finding eternity right inside of it. When you live that way, you don't need to seek heaven. You start seeing it everywhere. One evening, the Buddha was asked, "What happens after death?" He smiled and said, "Why not ask what happens before death?" And then he walked away. His silence was the answer. Because the question is not, "How do I live forever?" but "How do I live now, so fully that when death comes, there is nothing left to fear?" And so, dear one, this is where the journey comes full circle, from the war within to the peace beyond it, from clinging to letting go, from seeking to resting, from being alive to truly living. You've died 1,000 small deaths throughout this listening. Old beliefs, old fears, old identities, and what remains is what was always here. Awareness, love, presence. There is nothing more to gain, nothing to lose, only this infinite moment breathing you. There's a kind of peace that doesn't arrive with fireworks. It comes quietly, like dawn slipping across your window, like breath returning after tears. It doesn't shout, "I've changed." It simply begins to live differently, softer, kinder, more awake. After all the stories, lessons, and long nights of reflection, this is what remains. You are already home. In old Buddhist tradition, monks would often retreat to the mountains for years, to meditate, to study, to dissolve the self. But when their training was complete, the true test wasn't how still they could sit. It was how gently they could return to the village. Because enlightenment isn't about escaping the world. It's about walking back into it, with a heart that sees clearly and still chooses compassion. You too have climbed a mountain through this journey. You've sat with your fears, met your anger, touched your sorrow, and softened your grip on control. Now, it's time to walk back down, to live what you've learned in the small, quiet ways that no one may ever see, but that change everything. You don't need to preach or quote sutras or become someone spiritual. Your presence will do the teaching, how you listen, how you forgive, how you breathe before reacting, how you smile even when no one's looking. That's the light you carry now. Not dramatic, not loud, but steady. And sometimes your calmness will make others uncomfortable. Because peace can be disarming in a noisy world. But don't shrink from that. Keep being the stillness you once searched for. The Buddha didn't promise that life would stop hurting. He promised we could stop suffering. Pain will still come. The world will still be chaotic. People will still misunderstand. Plans will still fall apart. But now you know, you don't have to fight the rain. You can sit beneath it, hands open, and whisper, "This too is part of the sky." That's not weakness, that's wisdom in its most graceful form. There's a Zen saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The difference is not what you do, but how you see. Before, life was something to survive. Now, it's something to savor. When you wash the dishes, you're not cleaning plates, you're honoring the hands that fed you. When you walk to work, you're not rushing, you're walking the same earth the Buddha once walked. When you breathe, you're not filling your lungs, you're receiving life itself. This is the quiet revolution, not escaping the ordinary, but seeing its holiness. Every day, you'll forget again. You'll get caught in traffic, scroll too long, get hurt, get lost. And every time, you'll have a choice to chase the noise or to return to silence. This returning again and again is the path. It's not failure, it's faithfulness. Like waves returning to the shore, your awareness always comes home to itself. And that gentle coming back, even after you've wandered 1,000 times, that's the heartbeat of awakening. One night, a young monk asked his teacher, "How do I know when I am truly enlightened?" The teacher handed him a candle and said, "When the wind blows it out, light it again, without anger. That's it." Enlightenment is not about never falling into darkness. It's about relighting the flame with patience, without self-blame. Every time you do that, the light becomes steadier. Not because the world changed, but because you did. Somewhere along the way, you stop wanting more. Not because you've given up, but because you've woken up. You begin to notice how enough your life already is. Enough breath, Enough sky, enough chances to love, to listen, to rest your head against the mystery and say, this moment is complete. Gratitude becomes your natural state, and peace, the kind that never depends on anything outside, becomes your new home. The Buddha once said, be a lamp unto yourself, but lamps don't talk about their light. They simply shine. You may not realize it, but the way you move through the world now, the pauses between your words, the gentleness in your gaze, the patience in your silence, those are prayers. Every act of awareness ripples quietly through existence. Every breath you take in peace is a gift to every being who's still searching. This is how the world heals, one calm heart at a time. So now, as this journey ends, there's nothing left to seek, no hidden truth waiting in the next line, no secret mantra to memorize, just breathe. Feel the quiet space inside you. That's where all the Buddhas live. That's where eternity hums softly beneath your ribs. And from that stillness, let this final truth settle gently in your heart. You were never broken. You were never separate. You were only ever unfolding, like a lotus blooming from the mud, exactly when it was ready. If these words have touched something inside you, don't turn them into a memory. Turn them into presence. Live them, breathe them, let them walk with you into the next sunrise. The path doesn't end here. It begins again, in your next kind thought, your next patient breath, your next small act of love. Because enlightenment isn't the end of the story. It's the moment you realize you are the story, and you can write it with light. When the mind grows still, the whole universe bows with you. So bow, dear listener, to the life that shaped you, to the losses that softened you, to the love that keeps teaching you how to begin again. And when you rise, rise slowly. Carry the silence with you. That's not the end. That's the quiet return. If you found value in this video, I invite you to like to spread positive energy. Share to sow more seeds of peace with your friends and loved ones. Subscribe to journey together in exploring Buddhist wisdom and healing every day. Because happiness is not a personal matter, but a path we walk together.